I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
Nuts? You thought?
And now, your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!
Well, it's another day, and guys, first things first, I gotta do a recap of We Wrestle Wednesdays. Last night was epic. Guys, let me just tell you something. My Wednesday night stream, I'm loving, and I appreciate all the people who come out and show support. I appreciate all the gamers who come and get their head cracked by your guy, the all-purpose champ, aka the Cowboy King of Content. But last night was cool. My son's been playing with the league, and his friend joined last night. So I'm trying to recap this for the best of my ability, but it was really cool. I once again defended my Cruiserweight Championship. Nobody could beat me. Retained it. Then my son, he came on in here, and he actually is the new Universal Champion. He is also the new Tag Team Champions with his friend Rams. And I believe he is also the IC champion. And no, he's the women's champion. I also retained the world championship, and my guy Ellis ended up picking up the USA championship. So I'm leaving that. Oh, yeah, and his boy Rams is the IC champion. See, I remember this stuff, guys. So just want to say thank you to the people who showed up. I love this Wednesday stream. It get a chance to play one of my favorite games, which is wrestling games, and it was totally epic. But with that being said, guys, we got to go on to today because I got a show for you. We're going to talk about a bunch of gaming news. My guy F-Cat will be in the building, and he's going to be bringing up some stuff. I'll also talk to my girl, Lady Balls. and she gave me a good topic, and we're gonna start off with the topic first. Non-gaming topic, by the way, but it's a relationship topic. Then we'll get into the games. So, guys, it's gonna be epic. Thank you guys for being here. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button. And also do me the holla favor, dollar favor, show your money maker, shaker, shaker. Hit that subscribe button so you could always be up to date with everything on the channel. And if you want to take it a step further, guys, I got to get better at doing this. I'm pretty bad, but make sure you become a member of All Purpose Champion. That's right, guys. I got a channel membership. It's $2.99. You get badges. You also could have little emojis pop up on the screen. You guys always forget about them emojis. I want to see those emojis. Come on. And then as well as that, I do personal videos for everybody who becomes a member, and you'll get one. So with that being said, also when I do those videos, if you have like a channel or a store or whatever it is you do, I actually put that in there so it's like your own personal advertisement. So with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair, and it's going to be epic. You know why? Because I'm a cowboy. Oh, man. All right. So with that being said, let me jump into the comments. And let's get this thing started. So let's see who is up in the building. Mr. Urban World said first. All right. And then he said, and I just saw my poll by accident. Oh, yeah. So, guys, there is a poll. Dude, I forgot. Guys, I made a poll for Mr. Urban World. Make sure you guys check out the poll. And this is the poll. It's kind of interesting. So, Mr. Urban World wanted me to put a poll up, and I don't know why I don't see it. Here, let me close out, open back up. All right, so hold on. So the poll was interesting, right? And you know what's funny? I don't even know what are you guys going to vote. But let's see. All right, where the hell is the poll? I don't even see the poll. Hold up, mister, is the poll gone? Because the poll is how come I don't see the poll? The poll is from the 90s, right? Sorry, from the 80s, RoboCop versus Terminator, who would win? So Mr. said, yo, and Bulls for Life is in the building. So what's up? Let me give you one of these. Let's go. Host is in the building. Good evening. Host, thanks for showing up, man. I know it's very late where you are. Sorry that I was an hour late today, but I wanted to be on Rock's channel. It's pretty good. First before Josh. Didn't you say that already? Oh, wow. It's doubling itself. All right. Holt said the tag team match had me in stitches. I was telling my family about it. Oh, man, it was hilarious. I went back and watched some of it. It was crazy. Men and women cannot be friends. I've been beefing with Sandy for ages. It's funny. She just walked out the room, so she missed that. And Linda almost started a war when she told me my Spanish was incorrect. You mean Lena? And he said, so I'd say, no, we cannot be friends. And then Holt said, no, men can't be friends with women. Oh, wow. You guys are going in already. All right. It was up for 2 seconds, then disappeared. I wonder if I accidentally, like when I first, here, let's see. Maybe I accidentally hit it up. Like, was people voting? Did you notice there was votes? Because I put it up hours ago. Let me see. Who would win from the 80s? All right, who will win from the 80s? Who will win a fight? Who will win a fight from the 80s? Yeah, I don't know what happened. All right. RoboCop or Terminator? Oh, well, I guess it's cool because people could answer right now. So let's go RoboCop. Oh, guys, I got a crazy video for you guys. I'm going to do it as soon as this is over. So I was at work, right? and I heard this loud bang, so I thought it was thunder. So an hour go by, and I walk out of work. Dude, it was a van flipped over on its side right outside of my job. And you know the first thing I did? Pulled out my phone. I was like, oh my God. So I'll be making that video tonight. I should have put it out earlier because of the news. It's probably going to get a pop and people are going to be picking it up. But anyway, let's see. RoboCop got 50%. Terminator got 50%. Good stuff. So guys, make sure you join in the poll. Let's see. Let me see. He said, this ain't late as this is a typical time slot for me. Okay, cool. Let me see. No time to vote because it disappeared when I came in. Let me see. I predicted it's midnight for Holtz. Frodo's in the building. Said, women are just men with woe. We can all be friends as long as both people aren't being toxic idiots. I like that. Proto, I see major differences between the sexes. And yo, D1 is in the building. What's up, man? And let me see. 80s Terminator isn't touching 80s RoboCop. I don't know about that. RoboCop is stronger and more durable. I don't know, bro. I'm putting my money on Terminator. RoboCop was my dude. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I don't know. Let me do this. Let me see. So Lady Balls was the one to actually give me that topic, by the way, guys. So let me send that to Lady Balls. And she was saying she might join. So that'd be cool if she can. All right. Let's see. Josh is in the building. Terminator will make sure RoboCop will not be back. Hasta la vista, baby. All right, cool. So, guys, if you want to join, we're going to start off talking about some relationship stuff. And I'm curious to know what you guys think. But if you don't join, it's okay. I'll also be able to read everybody's stuff. Again, I apologize for going late. I know Big Mike wanted to be a part of this, at least to check it out. Hopefully, he still can. But if you guys want to jump on and actually voice your responses, and here you go. I put the link right there, and we could get started. So, man, where do I start? So let me preface this for you. So men and women, let's say you were in a relationship, right? The thing is it okay for your woman to have a male friend? Is it okay for the guy to have a female friend? Now, we're going to dissect it, okay? And let me just bring in none other than F Cat is in the building, my right hand man. What's up, F Cats? Talk to me.
Yo.
All right, there we go. We can hear you. Now, let me fully get through this thing, F Cat, and then we're going to jump into the gaming. So I apologize, but I figure let me get this out the way first. And I also apologize for being an hour late. But Rock asked me, could I be a guest? And I thought it'd be pretty cool. And it was a pretty good show for the most part, which I didn't have to leave. But, you know, I got to do my thing as well. So, guys could click on the link and join. I'll circle back and keep clicking on it. So, Terminator would not be able to withstand RoboCop's weapons either. I mean, the cool thing is RoboCop had that crazy accuracy, right? But I just feel like the Terminator was, like, built for destruction, bro. What'd you say?
The Terminator's got the accuracy, too.
I mean, that is true. That is true.
About computerized
That is true.
robots.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing is with Terminator, he wasn't alive, right? Like you said, he was a robot. RoboCop is he's a cyborg. So part of him, he is alive. And I feel like the Terminator not being alive, he fights further and further to the end. And I feel that he would eventually probably pierce RoboCop like brain or heart, and he would die, you know, whereas Terminator didn't have a brain or heart. Anyway, so Dank is in the building. What's up, Dank? Oh, let me give Dank a little one of these. Says, what's up, Cowboy? I went to Marlin Gaming Podcast. I tried to give the some logic. I said it's consumer versus ponies. They said I was an Xbox.
I think RoboCop. All was left with him was like his head or something, right?
No. RoboCop had like he got really messed up, right? He got shot up. Even in the new one, it was pretty much his torso and his head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But he's talking about the 80s. In the 80s, pretty much he just got shot up. Let me see. If your woman or man is gatekeeping the gender of your friends, it's time to dispose them. Damn. That's hard, buddy. Bulls for Life said it all depends. Are they using their full power, all their capabilities? If so, I think Terminator may have the slight edge because of the access to advanced tech. If on even ground, then RoboCop. I see what you're saying. So if they was going hand to hand, I don't know, bro. First of all, RoboCop's slow as hell. All right. Two, RoboCop. Yes, he got weapons, like he got his gun that's in his side, but eventually those bullets gonna run out. And hand to hand, Terminator's gonna tear him apart. That's what I think. Hand to hand. Ellis, what's up? He said late, but we in here. Xbox all day, evening gamers. So we actually just started, so you're not late. Not today. Josh said depends on what kind of friends. Some friends are waiting until the significant other messes up. That's not genuine friendship. That's proximity with ulterior motives to seduce. Also, guys, let's pause the RoboCop Terminator thing. Because remember, we're gonna get in the game and we're gonna keep recircling this RoboCop thing, and then eventually I'm gonna see what the poll says. But let's get into this relationship thing. Let's see what the poll says right now, though. So the poll has Terminator at 89% out of 9 votes. RoboCop is only 11. All right. So Ellis said, which version of Terminator, though? Remember, there was different. No, so we're only going from the 80s, the very first Terminator and the very first RoboCop. Let's just go. Let's just stick with them. All right. So, Josh, that's definitely a good point. So I think it all depends on trust. Okay. So I'm going to be honest. You know me. I try to give some clarity into my life. I vlog everything. I was a big flirt back in the day. My wife knew that. Right. And for me, hold on, guys. I can't just talk by myself. It can't just be me and F-Cat. So we're about to bring on, he's not just my guy. He's not just F-Cat guy, but he is, damn it, the accent guy host.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm actually going to get onto this RoboCop versus Terminator discussion. I feel like Carl, I totally agree with you. I think they're evenly matched to a point. But I think RoboCop is more vulnerable because his brain, his lungs, his heart. Now, Terminator is from the future, so he's used to rail guns and plasma weapons and stuff like that. It's not that you can't shoot out his CPU and you can't shoot out his sort of cell cord and stuff like that, which represents sort of the same processes that a human could have with the heart. I just feel like they're more harder to defeat than the idea of RoboCop being a human encased in sort of metal armor with the lungs as a...
Here's the thing. You got a great point. Remember, RoboCop face from here is visible, right? If Terminator shoots him in the face, it's over.
But then again, it probably would be a dragged out fight because if RoboCop has human instincts, he might have the mental capacity to figure out how to take out Terminator.
I mean, it goes back to,
like Coach said, he's from the future.
It goes back to the point that even if you melt Terminator's skin off, for example, he's still a machine. He's still got all them optics and sensories. If you drag his ear off, he doesn't really need the ear, does he? It's all built in. His sensory is already built in.
Okay, I was just gonna say there's one thing. We'll stop it right here. All Terminator got to do is grab RoboCop and fall over in a lake. He's gonna drown, and Terminator's not.
Well, that's a vital point, isn't it? Because he's still got lungs. Murphy's still got lungs compared to we've seen Terminator come out of.
Terminator would fall to the bottom.
No, we've actually seen.
You crazy?
Haven't you seen Terminator Genesis? I think was it
Yep.
Genesis or the
I just
latest one?
watched I just watched it.
He comes out to see like to say, "Don't worry where I've been the last 20 years. I'm just coming out right now."
Yeah.
He'll take
Yep.
his time to get out, but he actually does move.
He said, wait, you messed up, cowboy. RoboCop is from the future. Terminator is from an early future. I'm pretty sure. No, so RoboCop's future was not more far than Terminator's future. Terminator's future, he was like out there in the future.
Well, no, that could be true. Maybe the way they dictated the future.
The future, I guess. Yeah,
Maybe
back then.
RoboCop back then was behind their ideals of the future. But you look at, for example, Terminator. They had flying ships. They had like time travel. They had rail guns. They had plasma
Yeah.
weapons. That wasn't
RoboCop, definitely their time wasn't that advanced.
RoboCop still had like sort of putting a gun in his leg, bringing it out, had like sort of machines that looked like Metal Gear. It wasn't that advanced, was it, in that compared to...
So let me do this. Right before you jumped on, Holtz, I was saying, all right, let's put the RoboCop and Terminator for the side real quick so we could get through the relationship thing. And then you pop in. You was like, I'm here to discuss the RoboCop. I was like,
I quickly ran up the stairs like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
I need to get there. I need to get in this now.
Well, let's finish it up. You got anything else you want to add?
I mean, once again, they're both actually iconic characters, and I remember playing the game RoboCop versus Terminator before in arcades and the Commodore 64 and stuff like that. So to me, it's one of them things where you have to pick your favorite character, but then as you grow older, the realization hits of what the future could actually offer, and I think it's Terminator.
Yeah. Hey Dave, what's up, man? Dave, if you seen my last video, I put you in it. So I was using the official And Now Your Mama Knows knife, and I put your little picture of you and me and said given to me as a gift by my brother Dave Green Eyes Jimenez. So make sure you check out that video.
But I'm pretty sure, I mean, this is no addition on the creativity of RoboCop, for example. If someone reimagined RoboCop now in sort of anime style, cyberpunk style, or a futuristic style from the point of our year, then I'm pretty sure RoboCop will get a big, huge upgrade. But
Oh, what happened?
sorry about that. My daughter came in the room. Listen, stream in room. Can y'all say it with me? Stream in room. Stream in room. But it is what it is. Anyways, so no, I mean, these are all definitely good stuff. Guys, shout out to Mr. Urban World. Let's give him a little shout out. This was his topic, and we done spent a couple minutes on it already. But I want to stop it right now, guys. I'm gonna keep the poll up so we can come back to it. But I want to get into this, thing. So, Dave, I don't know if you've seen it. The new people that just came in, guys, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. I'm the Cowboy King of content. I do podcasts, vlogging, gaming, and reviews. So you get a lot on this channel. But what we're doing today, we got a lot of gaming to go over, and F Cat is ready. He's salivating at the mouth. But my friend at work, Lady Balls, said, give me a relationship topic. And she came up with, can men and women be friends in a relationship? So, meaning if you have a relationship, can you have a female friend? If a woman has a relationship, can she have a male friend? Or can just men and women single, because this falls with you, Holtz, since we know you're single. Can men and women who are single be just friends? So, with that being said, I want to see what you guys got to say. Let me just catch up with the chat. Josh said, Terminator, hands down. The Terminator RoboCop moves at about 1 mile per hour and has zero lateral movements and even has difficulty turning his head. This is all true. Let me see. Josh said the Terminator would mess him up simply by shooting him in the face and ripping off his head. Now, here's the thing. I'm a bigger fan of RoboCop than Terminator, but I'm not a fanboy. That's the problem. A fanboy be like, no, come up with everything. I prefer RoboCop. I thought RoboCop was really cool. The whole story of him, I liked it better than Terminator. But at the end of the day, Terminator would trash him. So let's see. Ellis said, Josh, 100%, easy work. Mr. said, Josh, wearing RoboCop is stronger, though. The movie didn't do it justice. He already beat Terminator in the comics. I think in the comics it's just because they depicted him as like the the good guy, you know. But anyway, you gotta pull up that comic book. So I'm gonna check it out now. Cool. Let me know, man. Dave Green Eyes Menace, go ahead and put your RoboCop vote in. Oh, Lady Balls is in the building. Really got a picture of yourself to stare at. Hey, listen, shut your mouth. Okay? How about you do that? Because I'll be seeing you at work tomorrow. And it's probably your fault that van flipped over today. All right. Yo, Constantinos, what's going on? Say hello all. I am pro Terminator. See? I'm just saying, but that's not fair though. OMG Lady Balls is here at Nicole. Let me see. He also said, but would be more iconic to have a Rocky versus. All right, now we're getting out of control. You could have said Predator versus Terminator. That actually, dude. At least the Predator could camouflage. He got futuristic weapons. RoboCop, I feel, is a sitting duck. Anyway, Ronan's in the building. What's up, Ronan? He said, Cowboy, what's up, man? My soon-to-be 4-hour away neighbor in Florida. That is no. I thought you said you live an hour away from Jacksonville. We're planning on moving to Jacksonville. Also for this Sunday, shout out the video, Cowboy. I put you in. Oh, dude, I just made his video. That's what's up. Let's go. All right, that's cool. Listen, man, I've been watching the content. Guys, my man Ronan is a good content creator. Just click on his thing, check him out. I've been watching a bunch of his stuff. He got a bunch of cool gaming videos. He also got a series where he's kind of calling out some fake gamers. He's exposed series. It's pretty good. Good stuff. Let me see. He said in Constantino says, wait a minute. In M work, 80 to 90% are women. In below 30 years, I don't believe in friendships. Ooh. Just a time bomb, better to avoid. The only man I trust near is my best friend. You can't even trust him. But guys, we're going to bring in none other than Dank is coming in red hot. The weigh in on these topics. What is going on, man? How are you doing today?
Good, everybody. Thanks, y'all in the building. Nice to meet y'all. See y'all face to face. Love y'all videos. You know, I support everybody. Probably got to watch more FCAT whenever I get the chance to. But what's up, man? How's everybody gaming been?
Man, so I've been my shoulders are kind of heavy, Dank. I can't say the same quotes.
I'm not too much
big brother
of a
got the same
content
two bags. He
creator.
want to wrestle you.
Hey,
I'm not
listen,
too much
man.
of a
Came to say
content
hi real quick,
creator.
bro. I'm probably talk to y'all another time. I just came to say what's good for y'all. I'm watching in the stream.
We
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
not.
it. And FCAT was just saying he doesn't really do content. But
Yeah, I'm kind of like Holtz. Like I'm a
yeah.
bit.
Oh, okay. That's why I was looking
FCAT,
for FCAT. I couldn't find you.
FCAT, you know what he does in the Discord? He plays movies sometimes. So if you want a movie night, he'll in the Discord he'll have he'll play movies and stuff where people could jump in and watch. So that is kind of cool.
Right,
So
all right,
man, take care.
I'm being the stream watching y'all.
All right, good stuff. Guys, remember the link is there. Anybody could just pop in. See, Dank just jumped in real quick to say what's up on the screen. You know, the link is there for anybody to do that. So let's get back to the thing. I want to appreciate him for jumping in. And Nicole, I need you to answer this, Nicole, since you came up with the topic, and you need to get your butt in here. Let me see.
Can I go first?
Okay, hold on. Let me just get to the bottom so it don't get too far. So, yep, I'm here. Had to come to manage him. This girl. You know it. I don't know how to shut my mouth. This is true. You keep going on and on and on. At Nicole, please put RoboCop pictures on his desk for me before he goes to work. Well, she does get to work before me. He said, I got you, Mr. Urban World. Don't do that. I'm going to just throw him in the garbage. Johnny 5 from Short Circuit versus RoboCop. Yeah, all right. Let me see. Bulls for Life said, man and woman single can definitely be friends. As far as being in a relationship and having friends or the opposite sex really depends on it, if both parties are an open book. I'm almost there, Holtz. I know you're ready. He said, next week, I've been enjoying the new series. Yeah, man, your series is dope, man. Let me see. Working on a new thumbnail and titles. I got like 10 thumbnails and 20 titles for the Exposed series. Also, I'm gonna bring up your channel. I'm gonna share your channel in a bit. Guys, if you got a channel, let me know. I share everybody's channel. I just love to do that. Let me see. In the early 2000s, I used to live 1 hour away from Jacksonville, but now I live with my parents, which is 4 hours away. I had to sell my apartment. Okay, fair enough. Well, God, I don't have a problem driving 4 hours. Yo, Sev is in the building. Said I'm late, but I made it. You're not that late, actually. I started an hour late today. I said I would, but I can't speak, so it wouldn't be a good conversation, Cowboy. Hey, listen, you could come on here. Hey, you don't think I know sign language? Okay, I don't. So, Sev said, I'm the master of the silent treatment, though I will say that. I love it, man. Let me see. Ella said, and Holtz, the asterisk champ, is here and needs to see you backstage ASAP. Just kidding. Much respect, brother. Oh man. All right. She said, I'm not going on today. I look a mess, but women and men can definitely be platonic. Hold up. Lady balls. I don't want to hear it. You could always do this. See that? Holtz, do yours, Holtz. Let's show her. We could all be FCAT this episode. Holtz, can mute your video real quick.
So you want me to mute my video?
Yeah, just a video.
Boop.
There you go. So, lady balls, no excuse. Everybody could do that. Mr. Urban Rose said, at Ronan, no more fast food for us. And Seb says, I don't know sign language, cowboy. I am mute. Do you know
what's so funny? When I mute my video, it was Rock that pointed out that I look like a helicopter pad.
What? Oh yeah, it does though. It does. I can hear you. I just verbally can't respond. Dank said, my wife in the cut, cowboy. I'll talk next stream. Not a problem, bro. I'll see you, man. He said verbally. I got what you're saying. So we can take ourselves off besides FCAT. We don't like to look at his face. So Holtz, hit us with it, Holtz.
Well, I feel men and women can't be friends for a reason. I'm going to come up from a male's point of view. I feel like men grow up in a certain way where we can't be expressing it with our emotions. It's not ingrained in us or supported in today's society. So I feel by the time we actually have a friend that's a opposite gender to us, I feel the point that it's going to be a girlfriend or a wife. So by the time we sort of express this sort of friendship and closeness, that we feel hurt and upset that if it's not going to the next step. Now, we can't force the opposite gender to actually like us or appreciate us in any other way. Mm-hmm. So I feel like us men go, okay, it's too painful to be your friend, so I've got no option but to put my time and effort into another woman that I want friendship that would lead to sort of girlfriends and wifehood, for example. Where I feel women are expressing it so much that they can have someone that they go, oh, I just like that guy to hang around with, and I just like that guy to date with, and I like that guy for sex reasons, and I like that guy. And they've got more options of expression than what we currently have. And like I said, that's no fault on the genders. I just feel like at the moment, I think, yes, women can be friends with guys because they've got a different approach how their emotions and friendship. They can have multiple guys in their orbit and they can just say friend, this to this. Where us men, I feel that once we sort of get someone that is so close to friendship, then why not make them girlfriends and wives if they wanted to cross the boundary? So I feel like
Holtz, bro, are you a psychologist or something? No. This was a deep dive, man. Listen, I don't even know if I need to speak. I'll just say it in layman's term because Holtz hit y'all with some good stuff. I agree. For guys, I'll say it simple as this. We are physical. Women are emotional. Like for instance, right? You could see a thumbnail for a video and it show like a cool looking samurai. We're like, oh, look at that, right? A woman might be like, and read the title and gotta feel it, right? Where we're like, and so honestly, I agree with you, Holtz. Now, I'm not saying I don't have women friends, but I'm gonna be, and you guys know me, I try to be as honest as I can. Stuff crossed my mind. I'm human, right? You'd be like, hold on, right? Or guys are just, we're wired differently, right? We always have some dumb thought cross our mind or something. And I'm not saying women don't, but I almost feel like it's different. Like Holt said, it has to be so deep on a female level, on a emotional level, that it does. If it's not that deep, it just doesn't resonate with them unless they're like, as we say, for the streets, right? One of those girls.
It goes back to the point like that. If someone was giving me her time, effort, and I was having the time of my life with her, I was showing affection, I was passionate with her, I was in it, and I understand at that boundary, I am a friend. And then I said to her, listen here, you are making me so happy, and you're making my life happiness. And she just went, I just feel we should be friends. I'm like, ugh. So in the end, there's nothing wrong with her image of friendship. I'm just trying to say with me, or what I think men is that we're like, oh, we thought it was going to go into a next step and stuff like that. And that is where I feel like it
Well, let me ask you this, Holtz. You're from the UK, and that's really good, right? And FCAT and I are from, the States, and I'm curious what FCAT got to think. But what if we got a person in here from good old Canada? Because my guy,
Oh,
is in the building. Let's go! What's up, man?
Hey,
I
so
Rudy,
no.
but I was like, oh, it's Ninja.
You thought no, it's the real Canadian, all right?
you know what?
I knew Ninja Guy before Rudigs. Rudigs is a bootleg Canadian.
Do you know what's so funny, FCAT, that we all roll our eyes like, oh, it's Holt, it's FCAT, and I was like, oh, it's Rudigs. I'm going to see Ninja. Oh shit, it's Ninja over there.
That's right, baby.
Man, you know what? Cowboy came into my show late, show offing his belt and all of that. I was like, you know what? It's time for me to come into the show, ruin it all like he did with mine, and talk about how I'm the champion of Doom 2022s and on Stadia. So you'd better,
whoa, the champion of listen.
Yeah.
Doom was my favorite game.
Don't let him lie to you,
2020.
Cowboy, because I fully remember for a Stadium.
Wait there.
I was
What?
wrecking Ninja Guy.
Wait there. What?
Y'all talking about Doom 2016?
What's with all these guys jumping on panels, getting all these accolades? If that's the case, I'm the hero of time. I am the slayer of darkness. I am the vanquish of evil. Just getting all out the way. I want an accolade like you guys.
All right, so look, Ninja Guy X is in the building. Guys, by the way, here's Ronin Storm's channel. Check him out. And Ninja, also got to throw your channel in there too. Guys, also, by the way, Ninja is also a content creator. He's from Canada. One of the nicest people I got to meet on this whole journey. Even though he ducked me in Mortal Kombat, I want my match. But I love Ninja Guy, man. Definitely a good friend. He used to come on a lot more when he had more free time, but now he's kind of big and popular, so he don't know anybody. But I still got to give him the Ninja Guy X big, when you come out here. But yeah, I'm gonna go find your channel as well. But Ninja, we are talking about we're gonna get to the game and stuff too. And guys, I just was on the show on his show when I told you guys I was a little late because I was hanging out with Ninja. But Ninja, we got a relationship topic first.
Yeah, I'm interested. What is it about?
So I'm trying to, dude. When I used to do the Sandy Anthony show, it was no gaming and it was crazy and wild and all these, and I miss it, right? So I'm trying to just do a merger. Like, who said I can't have a point where we talk about relationships or something in news and then switch to gaming? So, Ninja, do you think men and women, whether a relationship or single, can be friends? Now, you missed it. Holtz had this like psychological explanation. I was like, whoa, I feel like I'm sitting on the couch right now and he's sitting with a little paper writing and listening to me. It was great. But what's your take on it, man?
Yeah, for sure. I'm always to the point. So no, I don't think that that they can be friends. I think that there's always something like in the back of either of them's mind,
right?
For them to be like in a relationship of some kind, because you can be like acquaintance to a girl. You can talk. Like, I've got some good friends from in my content. I got Zarina, which I talk once in a while. But like being close friend, that's kind of like dangerous territory, especially if you have already a girlfriend or like a wife or something like that. Because when you have like a best friend, like a guy best friend, for example, it's just like, oh, you talk about him and it's like, oh yeah, it's cool. I hang out with this guy and we had a lot of fun. But if you say the same thing with a girl, it's just weird, like, I would talk about a girl to my girlfriend like all the time. That was just not be right to me. Like, it depends on people. That's for me. I mean, I think some people can handle it, but it just gets some tension, I think, between relationship, especially if you're already in a relationship. Yeah. If you're single, then you can be friends, but like I said, like if you become really close friend, I feel like it just builds up to like being more than that. So
yeah. So I got a thing for you. Like I said, guys, I listen. I vlog my life. You guys hear a lot of it, so I never want to come on here, and I don't mind coming on here and being real, right? I pull the wool over your eyes. My grandma used to always say that. But anyway, so she always said you can't pull the wool over my eyes. So I guess that's the wrong thing. My grandma meant it in a different way. Anyway, but so. Before my wife and I got together, there was a girl who I was really cool with, and we ended up being more than friends. We didn't get in a relationship, but we was more than friends. But my wife and I was friends. So before I like when I first met her, I was actually engaged. Then I got married, and she ended up working there my job. This is me and my wife. So we was cool, and then we just stopped speaking for whatever reason. I eventually got a divorce, and we just never spoke. She had a boyfriend. We just never spoke, right? But so I ended up meeting this girl that I knew for a while. We was cool. We ended up, we was more than friends. We leave it like that. And then, but it was what it was, right? I was, newly divorced. I'm out there. I'm the man on the town, baby.
Well, they say there's plausible deniability from a guy's point of view. If you sit there and you've
man on the town. So anyway, yeah, that was for Maurice, just so you know. All right. So, because I know Maurice would have got up and did a dance like that. If you guys don't know, you'll learn about Maurice at some point. So
you are not the father.
You're the father. So anyway, my wife and I end up meeting up again as friends. Hold up real quick, FCAT. Let me just finish this last part. And so I would tell her everything, right? So she knew about this girl. And so when her and I eventually end up dated, like her and the girl was kind of cool anyway. But now her and I dated. And so she always was like, all right, you've already told me that in the past. And then honestly, we wasn't that cool. Like she's cool friends, but she was kind of like, it was always something about her that annoyed me, kind of.
But so, the point is, we accept that familiarity when we're starting dating. So in the end, you can talk about all your past girlfriends or male friends and stuff like that. But then after the point when you sort of solidified your relationship, no one wants to hear that. In the end, it's cool that you've got that and you test the waters. But if you keep on saying that to your wife and husband,
right. So it's like it's a known thing, but we never even bring it up. Like it's no point. It's just history, right? We all got history. Like this, my third marriage. Go ahead, FCAT.
So for me, this topic is a little deep. Yeah, because I mean, that guys, they don't call me FCAT for nothing.
Yo,
no. I don't get the reference. I have to fact check that one. I heard you have to fact check that one.
Hold.
Wait, did you say fact?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's saying to FCAT that he has to fact check, so I need the.
But to me, like it's weird because like I can't be friends with a chick who I'm attracted to. Like if it's a chick,
now you're diving in it. Okay,
if the chick is maybe fugly or maybe doesn't have the equipment per se, then yeah, I'll be cool with her. Or like a chick at work, I'll be cool with her because I know I can't pass that line. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing.
Who said you can't pass the line at work? All right. Anyway, so Cherry Man's in the building.
The relationships at work.
Yeah, Cherry Man's in the building. What's going on? Constantino said, "I want Purple Haze take." See, that's the thing. I do want a woman's take. That would be nice. And I'm mad at Lady Balls because it was her topic and she's not here. But Sev said, "No woman and men can't be." Hold up. No woman and men can't be in platonic friends because for that to happen, by the time it has, it's gotten deeper than that, and typically it's not out of bad faith, but it just happens. Let me see. Mr. Urban World said, let me see. I'll call Purple right now. All right, he's being funny. Let me see. Ellis said, "I'm not gonna lie, ladies and men can be friends, but me, I stay away from it because I'm a dog and I'll butter them biscuits." Just being honest. Hey, I appreciate it, man.
I think
let me see.
There can be I think there can be like some agreements, right? Like if it's been like a childhood friend and then you start going out with someone and they've been friends and you understand and there can be some agreements. It's just that you have to have like a really good bond with your partner to make sure that this is fine, but yeah.
Well, my situation is that I grew up with a family. I grew up with a family friends, and I knew my best friend for 33 years. And her sister was always in sort of the background when I was growing up, because from a boy's world, why would I really pay attention to a girl until a certain age? Then, boom, she was in the forefront of my mind. And in the end, I couldn't be a family friend or a friend. I couldn't be seen as a brother, a cuddle blanket, sugar blanket. It is boyfriends or girlfriends or not, and you know, she was one of my exes in the
Now,
past, and I feel like it sort of evolves to that point of that's the next step for men compared to a lot of
yeah,
women,
sure.
should I say.
Like for instance, Josh said Sandy and Cowboy were friends first. Now here's the thing, we was, but I'm not gonna lie, I was engaged, right? But I did have a crush on her, right? Like I remember got married to my ex-wife because on paper she was like everything I felt. Like I was from a broken home. She still lived with her parents. She made good money. She just on paper was like such the nice girl. She went to church. I was like the outlaw clubbing guy, right? So I married her. She was a pretty girl too. She was an amazing dancer, great singer. But I married her because I felt like, wow, this is the woman I should be with. But that really wasn't a woman for me. So when I met my current wife now, when I was engaged, I was like, man, this girl is really cool. Like she was just cool. So I had like Host was saying, I had a little crush on her. So he's right. He said, Sandy. So I had a crush on her, and look, eventually, years later, we got married. So I always had her in the back of my head. You know,
I've been attracted to a lot of women from around the world, and they sort of try and put me in a friend zone, or like sort of like I said, teddy bear security blanket. And I have to say to them straight away, I am not your security blanket. I'm not your teddy bear. And they go, why? Why can't it be cute? And I'm like, I don't want to be cute. I want to be your sex buddy. I want to be your sex. I want to be your drive. I don't want to be your teddy bear, because to me a teddy bear is someone you can pick up and put on the shelf. It's something you put.
That's true.
And he put on the shelf, and I'm trying to say I want to be your sort of your rock in your life. I want to be someone that actually supports, not in family ethics and other drives in like sexual relationships and stuff like that. And they go, oh well, why can't you be that person? I'm like, oh, that's the difference what I identify as friendship and going forward to what you do. And these women, there's nothing wrong with how they're expressing, but in the end, I know there's other guys that are climbing the ladder higher than me, and I have to say, sorry, friendship, I'm not going to be sitting there with my emotions getting played while some other guy climbs this sort of peak ladder and I'm a yo-yo. So in the end, what I'm trying to say is men understand this fundamental law of attraction at an earlier stage than women sort of, should I
like
say.
women to tell themselves, no, we're just friends, I'm cool. And guys kind of be like, I mean, we're cool, but if I had a chance, because we're more physical. Like earlier we talked about Holtz. But Sev said, what part of Canada are you from? Ninja guy?
Oh, I'm from New Brunswick, all the way from the east in the Maritimes.
Okay. Yep. And he said he's from North Hatley, Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Hey, I'm going to Montreal in mid-April. So, I'm going to meet a few people there. It's going to be fun.
But what I love about the genders is you never hear a man say this. It's always a woman that actually says this. They go, all men are the same. All they do is think of sex, right? And then you go, but not my best friend, who's a male. And you go, right. So every man thinks of sex, and they put their hands up and go, okay, yeah, I want you to be my sexual partner, wife, girlfriend. And then you go, every man is the same apart from your male friend. Yeah. And you go, how delusional is that? And you're like, that poor guy's like, yeah, I don't find her sexually attractive, but crying in the corner going, why doesn't she notice me?
Yeah, imagine the guy hear that.
This is funny though. Seth said, yeah, Americans think all Canadians are nice. Even rude Canadians are nice by American standards. It's weird how that works. You know what's funny? I will say this. Ninja guy is super nice. If he did something mean, I'll be shocked. Rude Diggs, when I first met him, he had an edge to him. I was like, okay, he reminded me of some guy that could have lived around where I live at, right? He had was something about him that wasn't so nice. Jeff is an a-hole, right? So I know they're not but I throw Jeff at, he's older, right? He lived life for a long time. He's set in his ways. He doesn't care. But I do feel you guys, all the Canadians I met are a lot nicer than the people I know.
What was so funny, Ninja and FCAT, we were doing Wii Wrestling Wednesdays yesterday, and one of our wrestlers, Loco, big shout out to Loco, he actually was direct to me, and I took a humorous, but my internet cut out, and all the Americans were like, damn, you've just been so direct to a British guy. How do we know how he's going to take it? And it took a while until I reconnected, and I was like, oh, no, I'm fine with it. And he was like, oh, we just don't understand other people's cultures, how we can sort of, what's defined as nice or naughty.
Right.
Or
what happened was a friend of mine, he cursed a lot, right? And we were like, let Host be a tag team partner. He was like, F Host, I don't want Host my tag team partner. F Host, and then out of nowhere, Host left. And we was like, I was like, dude, I think you could have. And Host's laughter, I never seen Host mad, but I was like, and it was the timing. and Holtz was gone for like 5 minutes. I was like, dude, did you just piss Holtz off? Like, dude, I was like, one time I was trying to mess with Holtz about Nintendo and I couldn't get him right. And Holtz came back like, no, my internet got messed up. I accidentally knocked the wire out. We was like, oh god.
But a lot of people sit there and go like, for example, well, I'm from Jersey or I'm from this point of it, and
Right.
we, for example, that my area, and then my area is just exactly the same. How Carl was explaining. So when someone goes like, oh, maybe we're not used to directness, especially from like the west to east approaches, but because I'm like sort of a western, country as well, I'm like, no, I was laughing my heart out and my head off, should I say, and I was like, oh, I felt like we're bonding with all these stuff, but I was like, wait there, because I leaned on the internet cable, I was like, I hope they don't actually think that I've just ran away upset and really like, Cowboy, I'm never going to join again. I just can't deal with this American approach because you keep on saying that us UK people or Canadians are nice people and we can't take it anymore. I'm like, no.
And listen, I thought, because it just sounded like, if you watch it back, it was hilarious. But Sev said my girlfriend is a Puerto Rican woman too. So what do you mean? So a lot of people think my wife is Spanish, but she is not. So she isn't. If you've seen her on camera, she's not. I have never in my life seen so much jealousy before in my life. They have to be the center of all your attention or you'll have a problem. So I agree. You know why? I have 3 kids, right? My first 3 kids, then I had another kid years later, right? So my first 3 kids, my first marriage, she's Puerto Rican also. And I'll tell you this, man, I got stories.
Well, I want to say that like my granddad to my dad to me and stuff like that. He always said like your nan. You say don't put the wall over our eyes. We were born on a day, but not yesterday. We understand the laws of attraction. So even though we try and milk it from a male's point of view because we're on the panel, or a girl's point of view, other people in probably chat. A lot of people can actually say, been there, done that, wore the t-shirt, you're not fooling anyone. And we're like, oh, of course you can be friends. And we're like, yeah, like we all haven't been with a friend, or oh yeah, we all haven't been hurt by a friend or being prioritized. And it's like, and you're like, oh, well, for example, Dad, you come across from like 40 years from me. He's like, yeah, like it's been different since then, for example. and I feel like that's the point. Like when someone goes, oh, you're insecure and jealousy, I'm like, if it's a start of a relationship, I'm just trying to say, can't you understand if I'm in a relationship, for example, with a girl and all you're talking about is your best male friend, then maybe I'm not the right guy for you. Maybe that best male friend is. And in the end, if I start speaking about a girl, I expect the girl to say exactly the same. You're with me, not here. But so, I feel...
Let me take this left field. All right, so here, all right, FK, I know you waiting for this game and stuff, but go ahead. Before I say what I'm going to say, because this is going to be crazy. FCAT, say what you was going to say.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Are you guys ready? I'm taking it left field. All right. So, Seb said they all say men think about sex, but I fear to ask any modern woman what her body count truly is because it's horrifying. So here's my question. And guys, I love it. At YouTube, I get the liberty to come up with topics. People in the chat sometimes suggest things or say things and my brain go like Ninja Guy. The other day, it was crazy. We was talking about like transgender and stuff. Should they be allowed to have sports? It was pretty cool though. It's stuff I think is cool. Like, hey, let's have these conversations. So here's my question to you guys. If you were talking to a girl, like getting to know her, and you said you were like, you know what, you made up your mind, you told your friends, I want to date her, right? And if you went to date her, I got to come up with a scenario, and you were just talking, right? And she just said, I'll use his term. What's your body count? You'd be like, girl, I can't tell you that. Stop playing. What's yours? And she just said, I'll be honest. Is there a number that you say, oh, hell no? Or is there not a high enough number that would stop you from dating a girl?
Yes.
Ninja, this ain't just gaming, Ninja. I want to know what Ninja guys say.
Ninja, I want to say this, right? Last week, I actually tuned in, right? And I didn't even know none of the topics. And I tuned in. I was like, hi, I'm Holt. I'm usually on the Cowboys show. And then he brought the topic and you see me laughing. And I disconnected for a second and I came back and I went, no, I'm not going to run away from it. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, you just feel uncomfortable. I was like, I've put my face on the stream now. I can't. So now he's just brought this up. I'm like, how do I tackle this in a way? But Ninja, you go first.
Well, last time I did say not everybody have to answer because FCat
I mean,
was like,
do you want me to go first?
Okay, but real quick, FCat was like, so the president is supposed to get arrested. He was bringing up some stuff. I was like, oh, so some people like, can you talk about that? I was like, listen, we can talk about whatever. But anyway, so Ninja Guy, is there a number that if you met a girl, you really liked her, and you're like, you know what, I want to date her tonight. We're going on a date. I'm gonna ask her, would you be my girlfriend? And then she says, what's your body count? Being funny, you're like, girl, stop playing. And she said, well, I'll be honest, I'll tell you mine. What is the number, if there is a number, that would make you say, make you not tell her that you were planning on dating her tonight?
Okay.
You'd be like, never mind. Keep that to myself.
I guess there's a certain number where it would depend on her, I guess, her history, I guess, or like, if I would get to know her and I would really like her, that number probably wouldn't matter as much. But I mean, if it would be something crazy like 200, then yeah. Right, like I'd be like, what? You know, like
yeah, what was you? Star or something?
I need to understand like what happened. You know, like if there's no way she can tell me that, and then we leave it at that. Right?
I got a follow-up question. Okay. Then what if you guys are ready, whatever, and what if she was really good, and what if it didn't? You had no clue in your mind that it would have ever been that high, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe the benefits, or all right, let me not say that. Maybe her experience like showed. You was like, oh, that's why you're really good at that. But if you couldn't, like, because you know people say like, oh, she been with a million guys, so you could tell, right? We're not getting crazy. Y'all know what I mean. We're guys. So, but what if you couldn't tell? What if you was like, you were shocked? What if that number you don't like? Because I'm with you. I'll say that. I almost feel like there's no number. If I like you that much, everybody got to pass. This is my third marriage. Like, what are we doing? You know what?
But So you're right, Cowboy. So I think the best thing to do is to learn more about the girl. You know, learn about her, and after a few months, whatever she's going to say doesn't matter. If you're like fully in love with them, it just doesn't matter.
I know, but it's sort of a double-edged sword, like body count. I mean, people want to go higher for a woman, but for example, if I came from a male's point of view and I said, I am 37 and I am a virgin, I'll be crucified in any dating scene that I come across. If I actually said, if I actually said, for example, if I had ethics and morals and integrity in my belief and religion and community, and I actually said, I'm just looking for the right girl and I'm 37 and I am a virgin, that will be more demoralizing in a sexual relationship than a woman sleeping with 100 men. So in the end, it's
you know what though, Holtz? There might be some women that'd be like,
oh yeah, of course. We're talking about the minority, for example. So what I'm trying to say isn't a dating scene. I've been in, I've laughed and joked with that same question, and in the end, I'm really attracted to this girl, and her body count doesn't matter. But when she says it, sometimes it's a hard pill to swallow. I'm like,
oh god.
So in the end, as solid as
you're like, oh.
So as solid as it says, it's like, for example, that's gonna be crude. For example, so if I said like sexual positions or like blowjobs, or she's very venturous in other aspects and sex, I'm like, yes, wow, I can see where your experience is coming from over the years. But then if I say that, it's still a double-edged sword where they're going, you perv. All you care about is my sex. And I'm like, wait there, you brought the conversation up. What I'm trying to say is...
That's why I wanted the analogy for her to bring it up first.
I feel like you should have a bit of integrity and modesty in your numbers where it shouldn't matter. But if you're broadcasting it, then by all means, some of us could say 5's a lot, 10's a lot, 50's enough, 100 to it. I went, especially at a younger age, when someone goes, I'm 25 and with 100 people, you go, God, that's very hard to swallow.
So, but do you have a number? Now, here's the thing. I'm going to put somebody on the spot. Cammy is in the building. Cammy, we need a woman on here. You don't have to show your face. You're a content creator. You know you can easily do this. Nobody can see you. Cammy, if you're free, jump on. Let me know, because it would be cool to have a woman to answer some of these questions.
I feel my default answer is a statistic, a default average. Now, you can be slightly above that average, but if you go to an extreme average, like I said, extreme to the left or extreme to the right, that is when the conversation of how many have you slept with? None. How many have you slept with? 100. You know what I mean? So I think it's got to be an average where of today's society, and I'm sure my parents, even though they probably wanted more to be more promiscuous, I feel like there is a number that we draw the line in.
Right.
And I mean, at my age, I draw from like 90s
Okay.
person, 2000. I think 10. But in the end, that's still laughable. I feel in today's numbers,
I laugh at that.
laughable
Right.
from both men and women. But that's the point. It depends on your values, integrity, your behavior in a lot of factors. If, for example, right, do you know I started bringing women in my late teens back to my mother's house, for example, or I started speaking to how I was devaluing women. My nan, my mum, my female mothers, my female friends' mothers would beat the shit out of me. Don't disrespect women. I just feel now, in the last 10 years now, for example, it's more acceptable to speak about numbers, even though people are being promiscuous for generations. I'm just trying to say now, and then it's just a shame that when you hear the numbers, it's becoming more shameful. I feel like people should just be more modest in what they're saying, because them numbers do affect attraction rate. Should I
More
say?
modest? You mean you
Guys.
want them to lie? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
right. A lie is better. A lie is less. If you're trying to get the girl or you're trying to get the guy, and you know something, what you're gonna say is, for example, look at me with 100 guys on my Instagram getting, or a guy, and here's all my history, and I'm going to compare you in every second on the dating scene. I'm like, well, I'm not going to compare to 100 guys. Bye. Same with women. So I feel like, well, I'm like, I can't, speak up for a woman's approach,
I get
but
it.
that is well.
Yeah. What you
know
gonna say,
what?
FCAT?
Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the hot, steamy answer?
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
First off, I've actually met a chick who said her body count was 100, and she literally felt like it. Two, I would never tell a chick my body count. If
Well,
a
you
chick
do
told
live
me-
in Louisiana.
Okay,
No,
right.
no,
Here's some for you. Is there a difference in age? Like, if a 20-year-old says I've been with 100, or a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old, is there a difference in
I don't
age?
care about age. I don't care about that stuff. If you give me a high number right now, you better produce me some STD blood work, because I got STD blood work paperwork right here.
No,
You
we get
ready?
that. I don't think we're saying that, right? We're saying just morally, or
I'm trying to say, as people get older and more wise and promiscuous, you can be promiscuous in your late teens and your 20s, but then when you get to your 30s, you're sort of calming down, you're getting understandable to, like, sort of family point of view. I'm trying to say, if someone said I've been with 100 people, men or women, at 20, I'm trying to say, compared to a 40-year-old saying I've been with 100 people.
He's wondering if the older you are, do you give more leeway for a higher number?
I've gotten higher the older I got.
Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, I want to respond to this real quick. Seb said, Anthony, you told me yourself if somebody pulled over to help you change a tire in New Jersey, you guys would take off. You guys would take offense to that. You guys up around New York, New Jersey, all jerks by my Canadian standards. He also said, I'm going to explain. He also said, not to sound rude, but you guys just do way too much and you're very standoffish. And my Canadian man principles just can't permit me to say otherwise. And then he said, I never said your wife was Hispanic. So the only reason why I thought you said that, because you used the word too. You were like, yeah, my wife is Hispanic too. And I was like, well, who are you talking to? You know, like you were saying, my wife is Hispanic also. But no, I'll explain myself though. For this comment about the thing, so I explained to him, it's dangerous where I live at. Like, if I'm walking down the street and somebody walk up to me and say hello, they're typically probably trying to rob me or some nonsense. People don't speak to people where I live at. You just keep walking. Now, we're in North America. The further south you go, people are more nice. So I was telling him, yeah, you would drive and see people pulled over side of roads, I would tell my kids, do not. People rob people. People act like something's wrong with their car, and you pull up, and people where I live at, no, right? So even if I was pulled over, I'd rather you leave me and keep going. I'll call AAA or call a tow truck service where I live at.
Totally agree with you,
Keep the conversation going.
Here's one for you,
Right.
Cowboy, because we're speaking about a Western approach, and I'm pretty sure people in chat are from a Western approach. Is body count different depending in the world sphere, for example? So we can joke around about a Western person is more promiscuous, but from an Eastern point of view, their numbers are going to maybe be more lower, and maybe when people say about values in life or values in
so I'll
relationships.
say two things, folks. I'm assuming where I live at, our counts are higher. But then I question that because the UK got brothels and it's legal.
No, I know, but you mean it's not legal for one, and that's true.
It's not?
But I'm a Western person. I'm the American UK is literally practically with the same hemisphere and stuff like that. I'm trying to say when I'm comparing Western society of democracy and viewpoints of equality between the genders, and we've sort got like the same belief in religion and stuff like that compared to Eastern approach. So what I'm trying to say is that if we got a man from a Western approach, say America, then we got someone from, I don't know, Pakistan, for example, and then we got sort of the same man and female, what would the approach be? I'm pretty sure their values will be different depending how we live.
Somebody from Pakistan would be like, "You slept with 4 guys? What?"
Yeah, exactly. So it's.
I'd have been like, "You only slept with 4 guys?" Yeah, no, you're right.
There's a hand behind you, Holtz.
yeah. That is my. I mean, watch this. Say hello, Ninja, Cowboy, and FCAT J.
Hello.
Hey.
That is my twin. He's the second.
Oh, that's your twin. Come on, can we see your twin?
Hey, can we see him?
Come on, Jay.
It depends if he wants to pop his head over.
No, I want to see the head. Leave that a little bit.
Isn't Jay the one you said plays Tekken and said he would beat me?
He does. Jay,
let me tell you something, Jay. I'm gonna trash you when you get on Tekken. All right? Yeah.
I'm the king of the ring, and I'm going to lay the law back on you, mate.
I don't know about that, Jay. I don't know about that.
Oh man, this is epic.
The whole point, he's speaking to the headphone but not realising there's a mic in front of me. It's like he is the king.
I'm the king of the ring.
He's the king of the ring. He's king of the tech. I was actually, so when I say about family members, I was speaking to Jay this afternoon, and I was like, Jay, oh my God, you should have seen us in a tag team match. It was so epic. I mean, people just unified and was giving out the hate. And he went, do I have to come onto the wrestling game? And I was like, only if you want to. And he's like, maybe it's time I should. I'm like, well, there's such a great group of guys. And he's like, maybe I should come out of retirement on multiplayer and join Tekken and Obi Rose. And I'm like, that's exactly what I felt. And I'm like, maybe. I don't like him neither. He's not going to be me tag team neither. I don't like him neither. Get away.
Yeah, that's what I like. You see how me and my son go at it. So Ninja Guy, this is cool. I used to host a wrestling league at my house for like maybe 15 years. My brother and I. So it would be it was every Sunday. It'd be at his house, my house, his house. We had a bunch of people, a bunch of friends. My son, when he was little, and he grew up playing wrestling games. Axe Holtz, he's really good. So he had a great night last night, won the most championship, most matches, blah, blah, blah. But we love it. So that's why it was a big deal. People are now starting to understand that's why I was so mad with
your son reminds me literally of you. And it's so funny. Like, he's dominating the ring and he's like, wah. Well, because, I mean, this is his wrestling upbringing and he's acting all hard and he's dominating the ring and he deserves his credit. Then out of nowhere, he's like, get off me. Who brought you in the ring? And then he'll get the upper hand again. I'm laughing and joking. I'm like, that can only come from someone that appreciates the sort of smack talk and the wrestling. And it's so funny. And then what I loved about it last week, Daddy here was like, there's a hierarchy. And then I just laughed how he just said hierarchy. Like I said, legends, hierarchy. And I was just laughing going, we couldn't get this anywhere else. And I thought the banter, and even when I bring my nephew or I could bring my twin in, I feel like that we will all be welcomed into this point where we've got this loving feud where we could all smack talk. Even Ellis, Ellis deserves the credit. He brings the talk, he brings the heat, and I don't know, when he wins, he goes, sorry, he apologizes, and I'm like, that's so,
I gotta give Ellis credit. So Josh said, by the way, if a girl has a high body count, her behavior would indicate that she has been ran through, emotionally damaged, craving toxicity, detached from sex, trust issues, etc. That
Well,
is interesting.
it's weird because when we actually speak to genders, for example, they actually mean that they're a lot of women attached, not the majority, not all women, for example, but a majority do actually feel like they are drawn by the bad boy mentality,
Right.
the sort of rag, shag, and bag, for example, that mindset. And in the end, they will not accept people that look a certain way, height wise, physical attraction, penis size, salary numbers, and you sit in, you go, wow, if these all come into factors, then no wonder we can't be friends, or no wonder we can't be in a relationship standard, because we're all shifting. And with us guys, and now it's going to be shallow from a guy's point of view, you sit in, you go, that girl's a gorgeous in numbers. I don't care what a number is to a point, and I don't care her money or her status. Her status is she is fine as hell, and that's all that matters. But a lot of women have got more attributes to consider when it comes to a dating aspect.
Oh man, this is great. So I
Crazy.
think we
Yeah,
pretty
we
much
need topic switch.
yeah, I think it's time to topic switch. Hold up, let me just get to the bottom. So Sev said, plus now I have another problem. Only fan girls get mad. Nobody wants to date them. Yeah, why would anyone want to date a woman who is posted on the internet for the world to see? It's not flattering. That's a good point. Josh says sexual experience is a desired trait in men. It's only attractive in women if the guy is inexperienced. And let's see, Miss Irwin said, I 100% feel uncomfortable knowing my girlfriend, wife, with was with 20 plus men. I cannot handle the ideal knowing that there is 20 plus men who, yeah.
The problem with OnlyFans and stuff like that is it actually caters to the masses worldwide. Where years ago, like porn magazines, porn videos, or sexual attraction, but from the genders, it was sort of hidden away, for example. But now on OnlyFans, there's girls now not understanding their future. And then 10, 20 years later, they've got kids, and the whole family is actually seeing these pictures.
Behind your hopes.
Behind your hopes. He said, Anthony, I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and now it's not the safest place for people. No, I agree. Listen, when we go down south, remember, I'm a Florida fan. People are so much nicer. If you watch my video from when we went on vacation last summer, we went to Myrtle Beach, right, South Carolina, and we drove. The first place we stopped, I think, was Virginia, and I was walking, right, and I was like ways away from the door, and this guy, he just stood there holding the door. And I'm way away walking all slow. And I'm like, look at this loser. What are you doing holding the door? And I'm not lying to you. I'm like, yo, what is, and he was just like, hey, how you doing? I was like, oh, I'm in a different state. And I love nice people. But where I live at, somebody wants something if they holding the door.
I mean,
they're gonna be like, oh, do you have any money?
Cowboy, cowboy.
Like,
my brother goes out with his truck in storms to see if there's anybody around who needs help. Like he just drives around in storms to help people amazing. Out. Yeah. I can't believe it.
I know.
Hold on, real quick. We got a woman. She said, but that's their past. Why worry about their body count? We all have skeletons in our closet. LOL.
I know, but what I'm trying to say, for example, say just we're playing back to Cammy, for example. So say body count doesn't matter, for example. And I was in a relationship with a girl, and I just said, "Love, I am making money because I'm sending dick pictures to all the girls around the world, all guys around the world." I feel the standard would be totally different from her approach of that I am sending sexual videos to. I've actually said to someone, "My girlfriend is OnlyFans," and I'm like, if I said so, I'll be insecure and jealous, but the standard wouldn't be there the same way. So I'm trying to say is I would rather have a stand. I'd rather have a standard where we just say, if you are OnlyFans or in a pornographic industry or whatever, then by all means, I am not suitable for you. You're not suitable for me, and that's fine. But in the end, don't cry about it when the years go by. And like I said, a male could have shrinkage, a woman could be, not looking as attractive as she is, and in the end, we end up as single as we are. For example, we've all got times and efforts when we are at our prime. And
well, let me ask you this, host. Let me ask you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing with that, like if your chick's like on OnlyFans, I mean, you pretty much know she's only doing pictures and videos. You're the one, hitting that. So you shouldn't feel as
I know, but what I'm trying to say, FK, in the stands is if I said to my girlfriend, "You're the one that's tapping this, and you're the only one that's getting it," it wouldn't be the same.
It's like these type of girls are like looking for a type of guy anyway. Like if a guy cares about that, that's probably not the guy they're looking for anyway, right? So
right.
yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys this. So, and I know FCAT, we're gonna get to the gaming, but check this out. I was watching this video. No, I love this stuff though, right? You guys
I've got a funny one for you, Cowboy and Ninja, and I've got one for FCAT, right? For example,
all right, go ahead.
We've all got standards in women and men in like attraction. Like someone has to be 6'3" with this, and a woman's got to be this and this and this. Do you realize? Do you think that they're being put in friend zones because they don't meet our standards? So in the end, instead of accepting that we're shallow, we go, "Oh, you're my friend," because you're not 2 inches higher in loads of departments, or you're not this or this or this. Do you feel like we put people as friends because there are second, third, fourth, fifth options?
Yeah, they could be. They could be like a last resort kind of person, right? Like they're keeping you in the back while they're looking for someone else. That's quite possible.
Yeah. So the thing is, so typically for guys, right, we have attraction, but then we have personality, right? Those two different things, right? And that's before you even get the sexual stuff, right? So you could like a girl because you're attracted to her, or you could be like, she's okay, and then you meet her, and she's super funny and everything. So
well, there's when you just hit the nail on the head once again. Well, what's more important in the sort of friendship dating scene? Is it sort of personality, or is it sexual attraction? Sort of how you move from friend.
Yeah, but here's the problem. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, guys, I'm gonna put myself out there a little bit. My ex-wife, I remember meeting her at the club. So I went to the club and I seen her. I used to say never date a girl from the club. But I went to the club and I used to dance out of all my friends, right? I was like the dance guy, right? So I always like to dance with the attractive girl who dances a lot, right? So I go to the club. I see this girl dancing. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna dance with her, right? So I go there. I dance with her, or whatever. I'm like, man, she was bad, right? So later on that night, I see a friend of mine. So I walk over to my friend, and my friend's sitting by that girl. I was like, oh, this is that girl, right? And so I'm just sitting there, and I forgot what I think it was for Halloween or something like that. So I used to always dress up as Riddick. So I would have like a wife beater on, the goggles, everything. I was in a lot better shape. No, I'm not too bad right now, but my shoulder's still messed up. Anyway, that's another story. So anyway, so I'm standing there, and she's like feeling my arm, looking like, what the hell? What's wrong with you, right? She must have a little too much to drink, because she's super nice. Long story short, my ex-wife, she was amazing dancer, dancing all provocative, blah, blah, blah. I'm just being honest. So eventually we end up meeting and being together or whatever. Like, bro, that's false advertisement. She was the good girl. I was her third relationship she ever had in her life. So just because the looks don't mean you getting the whole
from a man's
imagination.
Have you always not drank, Cowboy? Should I say? Have you always been
ever in?
So you've never ever drank. So when you go to clubs, do you always feel like you want to always relate to a girl that doesn't drink, or do you always just feel like it is what it is?
No, so for me, I honestly had to.
Because I'm not being mean when I say this. Alcohol alcohol does bring the worst decisions in life.
Hear me out. I never, like I said, I typically dancing. So I go to the club to dance. Like, dude, I've danced all night. I'm the guy that's sweaty. Like, I'm dance, right? So I never was into going to the club to dance with to meet girls. And where I live at, or the rule was, you don't want to take a girl home from the club. Like, right? I'm dancing with you, having fun, but I wouldn't have a relationship with a girl from the club. Now that's messed up to say, but like it's kind of Josh was saying, oh, the girl who did this and that, she's gonna act certain ways. So where I live at, it's just kind of like,
that's what I'm trying to say. If I go to a club and I'm drinking,
but hold on, real quick, let me answer you. So I never cared if a girl was drinking or not, because I was only dancing. So I would never go and think it's going to turn into more, because I didn't have that mindset. So she could be drinking all she want. She could never drink. I don't care. We only dance.
The way I feel like, so we go to a club and we sort of drink and we sort of get like Dutch courage, and we sort of get like this confidence boost on drink. And once a girl's grinding on you, or you're holding the girl's hips and all that, it's all fake courage because we're drinking. So what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't mind a girl that's getting drunk and having a good time in the town, but I couldn't be that sort sort of designated driver, knowing I could pick anyone up with my sane point of mind compared to their intoxicated mind. So in the end, is that you can have numbers and you go, okay, you were sober compared to how many women, for example, or how many women was with guys that they wouldn't sort of be with if they weren't intoxicated. So I feel like, yeah, that's why I was asking the question, like, do you drink or not? And does it help with attraction? Because I've walked into bars sometimes, and I've turned into a bar very late, and I've walked in there, and the girls tried to chat me up, and I'm like, you've had too much. You need get away from my t-shirt.
So the cool thing is with me, I'm always the clear-headed because I don't drink at all. So I usually drive, right? So I can make sure we get there. I get everybody home safe. We'll always have stories the next day. I'll be like, first of all, that didn't happen because I don't drink, and I can tell you what you did. And they be like, oh man. So like for me, I always had a clear head. So if I seen a girl who's attractive, it's like, yo, she's attractive, but I never picture I'm gonna like. It's not going to be more than me just dancing. So I never judge women by that in the club.
I know, but girls are very, I feel girls are very sexually attracted to guys that have got the personality to dance.
Right.
For example,
yeah,
so
I mean,
I'm trying to say that.
That was, but I don't understand your question though.
So what I'm trying to say is that their values drop because they've got alcohol in the system compared to, and they're like, you're very charismatic because to them, you've had alcohol. Same with men.
Holt is attracted to cowboy. That's what he's trying to say.
You know what I mean? I want to dance with cowboy. You know what I mean?
Hey, come on, man! I dance with Holt.
But the whole point is, ever seen like American Pie when Stifler dances around with the other guy? That's what we're going to have a dance off.
Yeah, definitely.
That's exactly. But what I'm trying to say is, do you think people's values deteriorate around alcohol, that we think it's personality, but it's not? It's other influences.
Of course. Holt, we call it beer goggles. That's what they call it here. Of course. Listen, people get drunk. Listen, bro, I done went to the club. I couldn't imagine the number I've went to club. That was my life. I used to go like on Mondays. If you go to Atlantic City, there's a club called Murmur. Tuesdays we used to go to karaoke night at Applebee's. Wednesdays we went to a club called Savoy's. Thursdays we went to Kathmandu. Fridays was just up in the air because you could go anywhere on a Friday. We used to go to Atlantic City, go to this Spanish club. Oh man, what's the name of that club? This other club called Providence and Tropicana. Like, trust me, bro. But I seen it all. We used to go to house parties, seen girls getting drunk, falling out, seeing guys fighting out of, like, you name it. So I get it. Like, alcohol.
So I'm actually going to bring this full circle now, right? Okay. Back to the original question. If I was intoxicated, but I was dancing sexy with my female friend, for example, but she was with a fella, because I actually say, no. I was just dancing with a friend. Right. But then that person seeing me is like, no, come on, Holt, you bladdered, you this, and I'm like, oh, I was only dancing with a friend. That wouldn't go well, would it?
Holt, why does your drunk voice sound like Sean Connery?
Oh, man, Sean Connery. Anyone Scottish, English, Irish can sound like a good pisshead, and that's what it is. You know what I mean?
All right, guys.
All right, you ready, FCAT? I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so I just want to say what's up to Maker Chaos is in the building, and he keep it consistent. Rest in peace, Xbox. I think is what he said. All right, so no, that's every time he comes in, it's rest in peace something. Chariot Man Gaming is in the building. Let me see if he said anything. He said I go to clubs a lot at the time. I came back right. Yeah, so what's cool is Chariot lives in New York. New York.
That's dangerous.
Clubs. He could just walk down the street. Club. I gotta drive somewhere to go to a club. But yeah, I used to go clubbing in New York. That's like on another level club. They got like you're in a big warehouse with like 5 different floors and like it's like crazy. Like it's wild. Yeah.
I mean,
the ninja, the fake Canadian,
the fake one. What?
Yeah.
Oh man.
We got a real Canadian on here, Rudy.
He's kind undercover, man. Like he DMs me and he's so kind. Like it's one of the kindest guys.
I've actually got a funny story. When in my late teens, I used to go to this bar called the Grafton Liverpool. It was a very known club in the early decades, for example, but it was like £1, $1 for sort of half a pint. So just a normal bottle of like Budweiser, for example, and it was a go-to, great music, great dancing. But the bar used to be called Grab a Granny because there was so many older women there that's what they named it. So when I used to sit there and go, well, I went to Grafton to have a good time, I was like, it was full of older women. I was like, the alcohol was cheap. And if the moonlight hits me in the right way, I turn the right way, I'll be going home with the retiree. And we all joke around about the clubs that we went to, and I feel like I went to all the wrong clubs: snooker bars, pool bars, rock.
Like, yo, what clubs is hoes going to, man?
Yeah. So you're talking about New York City, how it was great, and the influence of that sort of cultures, and I'm like, there's me going to these old bars, like doing ballroom dancing for a cheap pint.
Oh man! All right, guys. So we're gonna do a topic switch. Just want to say, Ninja, thank you, man. Thank you, host. Thank you, FCAT, for answering this stuff. Like these questions, gaming, you could just say, "Oh, I like Doom Eternal." Oh, I like Mario. Oh, I don't like Nintendo. But this stuff is more revealing. It's more like, oh wow, it's kind of cool. So I love having these topics because it's cool to know what are the gamers you've been watching for so long. What do they think, right? So I think it's cool. But I know FCAT is ready. FCAT, I hope you got these slides and all this stuff ready, man.
And everybody learned that FCAT is a player. Yeah.
FCAT
he's a player.
We learned that.
Oh yeah.
We also learned Sev slept with.
And
I would never drank or smoke.
I would like to say, mad respect to everyone. Live your life. You've only got one, and you do you. And if that's what it is, it doesn't matter what we're saying or approaching. We're not devaluing, and we're not building it up. FCAT, we're not building it up, but like I said, it is what it is. Yeah.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna do a topic switch. We're gonna come back and we're gonna get into some gaming stuff. So Ninja, if you could stick around a little bit, I appreciate it. But let's do this.
Topic switch.
I'm sorry. I got a little extra. So anyway, guys, we did a topic switch. We're going to get into some gaming, but first things first, I'm going to cancel the poll. The poll has 25 votes. Would you, who would win in a fight? 80s RoboCop or an 80s Terminator? 16% said RoboCop, and as I thought, 84% said the Terminator. I'll leave that up a little bit just in case anybody didn't get a chance to vote. Now, guys, we got a lot that went on. FCAT got a bunch of stuff he's going to bring up. Listen, we're going to talk about Luna. Listen, they expanded. I want to know, does this mean they're safe? We're going to talk about Redfall, and it was originally going to be on PS5, and now it's not. We're going to talk about Hellblade 2. And dude, so the original videos they showed that looked amazing, was that fake? So we got a lot to talk about. We're going to bring back in everybody. My guy Holtz, my guy Ninja Guy X, also FCAT. And FCAT got some stuff he's ready to pull up. So FCAT, what are we looking at here? Where are we starting?
Well, first off, we're going to start off with this. So Steam reviews viral dating sim that does your taxes. Now, this video game required you to put in your social security number. And it did your taxes. And the developer claims that this is actually safer than TurboTax.
What? So that is crazy, but you know what? I feel like stranger things have happened, man.
So FCAT, if I put my taxes in, does the anime girl tell me if I'm dateable or not? Does she say? Does she says I'm not your waifu? I'm like, oh shit.
Bro, like when I saw this, I was like,
now,
oh my god, a video game that actually where you put in your real social.
It's like useful, right?
Yeah, but I think here's the cool thing though. So I would trust it, right? Because it's a game, you'll know the developer. If something crazy happened, you'll probably get it traced back.
It's not a game; it actually does your taxes.
I mean, well, to me, FCAT. To me, I mean, this goes back like GFN and all the Steam library and stuff like that. To me, I never understood simulators that go outside the sci-fi concept. To me, if you want to simulate something, go onto another planet. Go and travel space. Go and do other things you can't do deep sea. But so when someone does power wash simulator, tax simulator, computer work simulator, I'm like, I do that on a daily basis. Why do I care about... It's probably some person that goes, I love this game because I love accountants. Some accountants out there loving this anime girl going, yes, you got your numbers right. And I'm like,
hey, maybe. But Rudig's just found out. He said, is this why FCAT said he was a player? Been running through these dating sims.
Oh, yeah. He's got some money. Yeah, and even like these girls are giving you money back too. Like, oh, it's a win-win situation, isn't it?
Right. I just don't understand it. Like this is funny and hilarious. Like who would trust all their information
F
to a
gets like
video game?
F gets like I'm getting some mad respect from my anime girls because I'm getting Steam points.
Yeah.
But it's not good real life advice because don't start giving your SIN number to like random dating girl. Don't do that.
Right.
So here's the big news today. Atari entered an agreement with to acquire Night Dive Studios.
Okay.
So this is kind of alluding to kind of what Maker was saying that we were going to be seeing acquisitions and deals going on.
Right.
A lot going on. Soon. Here's
So,
one.
let me see. So also, is it cool to be going off topic, Cowboy too? Yeah, I mean, look, you guys, listen. At the end of the day, the chat. If you guys have a cool topic you're going on, I'm still scrolling through. I'll try to bring up some stuff. If you guys go off topic, I know Rune, you said you are 31, but you look younger because you never smoke or drink. Cool. I try to get to as much, but it's hard sometimes. And now I'm learning. Like, when you first start out, you can read every comment, and then if all you gotta do is have Mr. Urban World in your chat. You'll never be able to read every comment. You could be talking about, so when I met this girl, and he'd be like, oh, I went to the pizza shop this weekend, and then everybody be talking about pizza, and I'm like, he'll be speaking Spanish, and I'll be like, what is going on? So I want to try to get to as much that I can that's on topic. But if you guys want to bring up other stuff, plus I do like to bring up topics. So if you guys bring up a topic, at least put a big T so I can know you're trying to say, hey, I got a topic, or if you got a question, put a big Q or something like that. But Constantino said I could trust a tax sim game if it was developed by Google or Microsoft because they would love to have this data.
Right.
Oh, that's true though. Let me see. I'm a C++ coder programmer. I make a decent amount of money, but even my girlfriend doesn't know exactly what I make. Okay.
So Atari
making themselves more attractive. That's a good one.
So Atari actually did a partnership with Utomic.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
So possibly Utomic can pick up these Night Dive Studio
Right.
games too. I mean, lately all we've been seeing Atari doing was just remastering their old games, excluding ET.
You know what though?
They were on Stadia. They had a partnership with Stadia.
No, but listen, their services like Utomic, Black Nut, some of these services, right, where that Atari games would find a perfect home, right? Because we do this, right? And I'm a big person to do this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a AAA whore. I love a AAA. Oh my God, look at the graphics and the explosions. But there are games like the Atari games that they have a home. And some people would be like, dude, this is a cool game. I like these games. So we can't always knock something because, it's just an Atari game, right? But they have a home. So partnering with, different places, it might be perfectly fine for some people.
This is studio they bought. Like, I thought Atari was bankrupt and out of the game. Like, they're acquiring studios now.
Can I just say, real gamers cares about gameplay and mechanics over graphics. Just saying.
So yeah, for the people who don't know, for the people who don't know, Night Dive are the owner of games like they kind of like revamp older games. Like System Shock is like one of the popular one out there. So it's a very good acquisition for them because it's all like retro games that they have acquired. So it really fits with the Atari in a way. So it's a very cool situation.
I'm still waiting for ET.
ET, heck yeah, yeah, the remake. Come on, when? And then, like, the whole video game market will crash again, right?
Yeah, do you have to get another landfill to put all the plastic back in it?
They put ET in the cloud. Nobody can destroy it if it's in the cloud. That's what I've been saying, man.
That's true.
ET go cloud.
Yeah.
So I was gonna. Cowboy, you ready?
Yeah, I am ready. Hold on, let me read the last thing Rudig just said. Hold up, real quick. Let me just read. Rudig said, Night Dive Studios has Turok. Oh,
yeah.
Night Dive Studios made Doom 64 for Stadia. Night Dive also coming out with System Shock in a month. So, guys, I was a big Turok fan. Can we get a Turok, please?
Yeah, it's been a while, right? Like the last one was on PlayStation 3, I think. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been on. Yeah.
I did love Turok, but my biggest dinosaur game was Dino Crisis. You know, from the same guys of Resident Evil. So to me, I'm like, I like that story over Turok. Not putting off Turok when I played it in the N64. I'm just trying to say, if I wanted something in the approach, I would want something more in a Dino Crisis world these days.
Well, what about the new game Capcom's making? What is it called? It started with an E.
Exoprimal. That's
there you go, Hopes.
There was one coming on Stadia too, right? Like
what happened with Turok was they hyped up the newer game so hard because it had Ron Perlman, who was Hellboy, in it, and they made it seem like that it was going to be like this Destiny type game, and it wasn't at all. So it flopped hard.
Man. That was before Destiny was out, but
right.
And let's just say this as a point to wind people up in chat and a certain content creator: dinosaurs in space. You know who you are.
But I gotta go on to the next big news.
Primal Rage is the best dinosaur game. Amazon Luna. All right, so here we go. Now, Ninja Guy and I we spoke about this earlier. I didn't get a chance to speak about this yesterday because I did We Wrestle Wednesdays. So, yeah, let's get into this. Now, my question for you guys is first, thank you very much. Host, Sandy came with the food. Ninja Guy, this is a thing I do. Since Host is from the UK, you always like to know what food I got. So I'm sure Sandy already knows. So this is gonna be a Sprite, right, Sandy? All right, so I got a Sprite. And Host, let me tell you what's amazing. One, their burgers are good. These are, what are they called again?
It's not really a burger, right?
Roast beef. Yeah, it's a roast beef sandwich, but it's cheddar and beef and cheddar sandwiches, right? But Host, let me tell you this. Oh, you know what? I got a couple more. I hope. So these are.
Oh man, Sandy got full now. That's awesome. Sorry. I just.
Yeah, she treated herself to one of those also. But these are jalapeno poppers, right, Holtz? But this is what's special. This Holtz is called Bronco Berry Sauce. Now it's weird because it's like a berry flavor, but when you mix the jalapeno and the Bronco Berry sauce, it's, dude, I can't. All I can say is it's amazing. So, anyways,
then there's the curly fries from Arby's, and
she likes. So you know what I do, Ninja? Yeah. She gets curly fries, but I replace them with the poppers.
Do you know what, Ninja? I torment myself speaking to Cowboy because he's like, "Holt, do you know it's jalapeno poppers?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And do you know it's got a berry sauce? Yeah. And do you know it's got a Caucasian French fries? Yeah. and it's gorgeous, Holt. And I'm like, it's 1 o'clock here. I can't get none. Yeah. I feel like I'm tormenting myself.
Subscriber.
Hey, Cowboy, you better hope
okay.
Hardee's doesn't buy out the curly fries from Arby's.
Well, I don't eat their curly fries anyway, so they can do whatever they want. My wife
But anyway, back to the.
And do you know what? It'd be my luck. It might look that I meet up with Calvin. I'm like, Cowboy, them jalapeno poppers with that berry sauce. Like, oh, that was a limited edition. I'd be like, no.
Yeah, right. They've been here for a while so far. But all right. So Amazon Luna. So, guys, first thing let's talk about. So Amazon Luna expanded to Canada, Germany, the UK. Right. Great. Right. An expansion is great. Can't say nothing wrong about it.
Is it?
But because we just gotta get to it. Right. It is what it is. Luna has been out for almost 3 years now, and honestly, I feel like I don't even know any content creators that like primarily cover it. Like I don't know a Luna channel. Two, I know what's his name? Ray does cover it a little bit, but I personally want to ask you guys: do you think Amazon Luna expansion is going to save Luna?
No.
And why?
Pretty much Stadia expanded. It was out in 20 something countries, including Mexico, and it's still
Uh-uh.
shut down. Plus,
Stadia announced they was expanding to Mexico, but they never did.
yeah, but they were already in other countries too
Yeah. But so here's the
before
thing.
the whole Mexico
Reason
thing.
why this is different, right? Let's say you like,
When they
oh
said
man,
Mexico, oh, everybody was like, "Oh, it's not gonna
well,
die now."
yeah. But listen, let's say you think a company isn't doing good, and then they announce they're
Yeah,
expanding. You're
Luna
like,
ain't
okay, this
doing
is going to
good.
bring. Hold on, wait. This is going to bring more revenue, more popularity, and then they close. But this did expand, So I think you got to give them a little credit. You can't compare them to Stadia on this one.
Well, to me, I can compare it to Fraser, for
Okay.
example, because it's to me as a UK person who wanted Luna literally years ago when the US, because like I say, it was same language, same sort of Western ethics and stuff like that. I don't understand why it didn't grow to sort of Western European countries. And now, once I've seen like Stadia hit a benchmark up to 4K 60 with high class AAA games to a point, I'm not saying they had the best, but up to a point, then now I'm like, well, what did they deliver? What resolution or service are they delivering? And now I'm yawning now 3 years later by saying, this is not what I wanted. This is not the growth that I wanted when actually expanding. And I feel like there's other services now when I got Booster Royce and GeForce now that are leading the way with the
Yeah, but
games I want to
what is
play.
Luna's resolution? I don't even know that.
So on my list.
Hold on, real quick. I want to know. Do anybody know?
I thought it was 1080. I've never heard them do a 4K push, and I thought it was depending on the developers that are hosting the game on Luna. So to me, it's like at the moment I've had all this big, huge marketing push in the past when it comes to like native apps and high resolutions and what developers are going to support. And they talked about Stadia and they talked about xCloud as well. But with Luna at the moment, I feel like they're just getting the dregs.
Right.
So to me, it's like they were legit storefronts, which was Stadia, and they were working with mad partnerships to make it work. So now I feel like if I went through that, then why couldn't Luna just say, we're releasing 4K 60 games with Ubisoft Plus in the United Kingdom or Western Europe? And I would have went, oh, that would have been a buzz for me. But in the end, it's been diluted because the likes of Xbox is by saying, we're working with Boosteroids, Utomix, we're working with GeForce now, blah.
On my list, guys, I put Utomic as far as Luna as far as performance. When Stadia died, pretty much Luna took its place.
Okay.
Luna's performance is just like Luna.
Stadia.
Just like Stadia. And but as far as games,
Stadia 3? We talking about
Luna
Stadia 3?
is at the very bottom.
Hold on, what's at the very bottom?
Luna is at the bottom of the games.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
As far as games, but performance, it's pretty much where Stadia was.
I mean, to me, I don't feel like Luna has got a pretty good library, like No More Heroes, if I wanted to talk about that. That's nowhere else. If I wanted to, they've got some franchises that I know that I would hit up.
Yeah, them old games that you already played.
I'm talking from like the Wii U or from a Nintendo support that I know that would like. No, and I feel like, is that good enough to keep a service? No, because the competitors are bringing next levels each and every. I mean, after a few months, maybe in 6 months, Luna might drop a bomb and say, here it is 4K. But at the moment, I feel like they are at the bottom of the list, and they don't feel like they've had the same time to come out of this access area from sort of like the Americans, and they should have known where cloud was going 2 years ago. But I feel like they've dropped the ball on a lot. New worlds, exclusive games.
Hold on, let me hear from Ninja.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't know where Luna is going with all of this. Like, we don't know if they're just looking to have just a few people just run it at low cost and maybe just have a few people and play it, right? So maybe they're doing well. Maybe they're doing exactly what they want to do. I don't believe that they're in the same level as GeForce Now and Boosteroid and all of that. But it's hard to say where they're going at. Are they going to fail or are they going to succeed? It depends on what's their objective, because right at the moment, definitely they're not pushing it enough to be competitive with other platforms. But maybe they're exactly where they want to be. Maybe they just want to offer it
That's the
as
issue,
something.
Ninja Guy. Like that's
Yeah.
the same thing with Stadia. Like,
Well, Stadia, we knew a little bit more about it, right? Like we knew that they
right.
were trying to compete with all of these powerful other cloud gaming
So
platforms.
so Maker made a comment about big games. So right
Right.
now, all we know games Luna's getting is X Defiant, Skulls and Bones, Avatar, and Assassin's Creed Mirage. That's it. Now there's that Photoshop of Fortnite if you want to believe that, but you know
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a lot of games.
So I'll jump in there. I think the thing is, I'll mirror what I said on Rock Show. Is I don't think they did enough to be compelling. For instance, yes, you're in different places, but when you get in that new place, what are you offering them that they didn't already get from GeForce Now, or they didn't already get from um, Boosteroid? Now, here's the issue. Also, what we learned with Stadia, we were lucky. We got our money back for games we bought. We didn't get our money back from the subscription service. So
No.
Luna is only a subscription service, and the games that they have currently, they're either older or they're like indie games. And so you go to a new, again, I think they're a little too late. All the other options are kind of ahead of them, right? So what are they saying? Like at least Stadia. Let's say Stadia went to Mexico. You'd be like, oh well, we got all these features, right? Oh, you can't do man, I can't even remember it. What's the names of the features now? Cloud choice and
State play,
and
state share,
yeah, state share, right? Stuff like that. So I think for me, Luna, yes, you can stream directly to Twitch. Cool, right? Yes, you got the one of the coolest things that which Stadia got. You can have a camera on your phone when you stream, right? Cool.
right.
But games is the number one thing, and I think like Maker said, it's not gonna save them. They don't have any big games. I think if they could listen, you know what I think of save them? And again, we don't know if Microsoft's going to win, but if all of a sudden Luna got a Microsoft 10-year deal, I'd be like, oh, look at that. Now, the only issue is typically who's getting those deals are platforms that have where you can purchase games, right? A place that only has a subscription service aren't getting the deal because how can you put Call of Duty on that service? But anyway,
Speaking of deal,
wait. Well, before we go,
Well-
are we done with the Luna? I want to make sure we fully get through the
Well,
Luna thing.
I feel
before we jump
sadly,
into it.
I feel sadly what current gamers want is high resolution, high fidelity, high performance, for example. And I feel like if Luna is not going to update their graphic fidelity and performance to match even hypothetically, they can actually have Call of Duty. I feel like if it's not going to max to a performance that doesn't meet consoles or the average PC, that it's going to fail. Sadly, because we've seen it happen on other services, and I don't feel Amazon has got any more sort of drive or money that Google never had or other people had going forwards. So in the end, I feel like
all it really does is give more value to
and
Prime.
yeah. So you speak about value of Prime, for example. If they said we're going to put these games in Prime, they're not going to make money unless they have a other tier of Prime. And then a lot of Prime gamers a lot of Prime users, should I say, are like, I only want faster deliveries. And they go, okay, some of us have Amazon Music and some of us use Prime videos, minority.
Right.
And then
I'd be
the
mad if
more
my Prime went up.
Gaming,
all minorities going to say a lot of people that want fast delivery times, they don't care about Prime Video, Prime Music, or Prime Cloud Gaming. So I feel like even though it sounds appealing, it's definitely going to be.
There's also Prime Gaming, the thing where you can claim free games in the app.
Yeah, I know, but the majority of Prime users do not
we use it
want
for
or
he's
care.
right. Yeah, I don't even watch Prime Videos, but I watch Netflix. I watch HBO Max. Like I keep forgetting Prime Videos is a thing because typically there's not much on there. Now I watch for the boys.
I just got Baldur's Gate free, the first Baldur's Gate free from Prime.
Oh right. HD Enhanced Edition.
A game that came out 1,000 years ago.
I mean, it's
I
the
hope
same.
you're happy with that.
I mean, it's the same with Epic Store. Great, you got a free game, but what standard of free? To me, I'm like, it's below free in my mind, unless it's a holiday sale. And so did you
I mean,
big
for
up the?
1 month of Prime, you can sit there and grab a couple.
I don't know. I don't know. There's time is more than money. Should I say?
I got the Amazon PC launcher on my computer. It's got a bunch.
You know what? You got a good point, but time is more than money. So I got a bad habit. I think I'm gonna go on record to say it now. Unless it's like Starfield or Redfall, I don't think I'm getting Game Pass again. I waited for Atomic Heart, and I was like, okay, I want to play Hi-Fi Rush, but I'll wait for Atomic Heart so I could pay $15 and play 2 games I just want to check out. And then I find myself not playing them. I just got charged again the other day. I'm like, I forgot I didn't cancel, but I never finished Hi-Fi Rush yet because I'm not that enthusiastic about it. But I already got a rental service I use. It's kind of like, dude, I need to just say, you know what?
Well,
unless I'm like, I have to play that game.
I mean, I've said this on your panels loads of times. I would have to be about 3 to 5 years behind gaming before I can justify a subscription. And the only game I could actually define as a must-have game going forward in my subscription is definitely Forza Motorsport. I don't think it's got a number on it, but it's Forza Motorsport 2023 edition, and that would make me say, okay, it was $60-$70 and now I'm getting my value out of it. But that's only one game at the moment. I'm not going to say after the E3 window, depending on E3 or sort of a Microsoft press conference, that we're not going to see other games. At the moment, I'm like, well, why would I jump on board? So I feel like subscriptions is a hit and miss. You sort of tune in on that month or you don't, and then you sort of yo-yo between the subscriptions. But I feel like if you've not been a gamer for years, then it actually is money worth.
Yeah.
But it isn't going to be if you need to try the best and whatever.
Well, I will give Game Pass credit because when they come out with the, like you said, the Microsoft Xbox exclusive, then whoa, that's cool, right? Because you would get a AAA game for $15 a month.
I mean, to me, I feel like I should learn a lot because over the years, I hate being early adopters. I love being an early adopter, but I also hate it. I hate that I've got like the sort of negative connotations and it takes time before things develop. And I wish I could be the gamer that could sit on my hands and say, well, I'll play a game 8 years later when it's $3 or $2.
Right.
For example, I wish I was that.
I'm bad at that. I play. Yep, I got you. All right, guys. So we're going to jump on. Move forward.
Look, I got all this for free with Prime.
Yeah, but like I don't know like 3/4 of these games. Like they're all.
I know,
right? Like
FCAT, do me a favor. Show me this list. I want you to pick the game that you're like, Cowboy, I recommend this game. You need to play.
Okay, let's put shades FCAT. FCAT is Destiny 2 on there.
Well, they have free content, in-game content.
No, did you have Destiny 2, for example? Destiny 2, Witch Queen.
I could get like Destiny, like
doesn't sound like you're answering his question.
It's like these Prime Awards things.
No, I'm just trying to say, as we know you as a gamer, what game you like, I'm trying to say, does it shift you to...
Look, now that the chick is freaking dead that you get the Prime stuff from, I don't know where to get my Prime stuff from.
All right, man. So,
I
me
mean,
ask you guys this.
To me, I mean, it's a bit sad saying, for example, say we talk about Destiny, and someone goes, I'm paying $8 for, and I don't use delivery, I don't use Prime Video, and I go, oh, I've got some cheap accessory for my game. I'm like, that's not a Prime drop in my mindset to justify $8.
The guy that complained about Series S made this game right here.
Oh wow. Let me see. Luna does one thing really awesome. They feature game streams. They feature game streams on their homepage from other Luna players' streams to Twitch. That highlight and promotions is really good for streamers. That is kind of cool, though. That would be. I remember Mr. Urban World was telling me that's what On Live did back in the day.
Well, sadly, right, I don't care about Stage's storefronts or Luna's storefronts or Xbox storefronts. I get my information from YouTube or Twitch streamers, for example. So if it's not marketed on their storefronts, I will never see it. So, for example, I tune into PlayStation streams, the official PlayStation, and then I'll always see what's being showcased, what is the trailer gameplay.
When you like go on the PlayStation
yes, and not on the PlayStation itself, on the YouTube PlayStation channel, right?
Oh, okay.
So to me, it's like you putting it on an official storefront like Amazon or Stadia. I am not going to tune in and see it. If you drop it on an official sort of social media presence, especially on YouTube or Twitch, then I will definitely see it. And in the end, so having these, we're on the Stadia storefront, we dropped the video. Who's tuning in?
That's a good point.
I'd rather watch it on YouTube.
Let me ask you this before you go, because I don't think you have this up there, FCAT. The Diablo 4 beta is available. The open beta? I thought it was a closed beta. Is there an open beta that's available?
I guess so.
Yeah, I didn't know it was open. But if so, that's cool. I haven't been into Diablo in many years. I was telling Ninja Guy and the guys on the show earlier. The last I was into was on PlayStation 2. Diablo 2.
And I think you're wrong with that because there was no Diablo on PlayStation 2. There was Diablo 1 on PlayStation 1, and then there was Diablo 3 on PlayStation 3. So it was.
Then I was on PlayStation 1. Then I was in. Yeah, it was before the PlayStation 3.
Very.
So then it was Diablo 1. Wow, I just thought it was 2. Okay, yeah.
That's
So
like high
back
school
then.
days for me, Diablo 1. And
yeah, I was big into that game, man. Yeah. Any of you guys plan on playing the Diablo beta? And where's the beta? Is it only on PC or give us some?
It's everywhere.
It's multiplayer.
No. I can't play them. Is because I've got, addicted personality is real in the gaming space, and I actually played World of Warcraft and other massive multiple online RPGs, and I realized that it consumes so much of my time. So in the end, the grind, the friendship, the sociabilities, they're always adding new content, and I feel like that it just takes a lot out of me. So I feel like even though I'd loved Diablo in the past, and I love World of Warcraft, and I love Final Fantasy 14 and stuff, 11 and stuff like that, I feel like I can't touch it anymore because it is too consuming, and I will never talk about any other game apart from Diablo.
I'll tell you what, Holtz, when I was hearing about people, they were killing themselves for World of Warcraft.
Do you know what? Trust me, right? The grinds and the friendship and the sort of like the extra DLC always hooked you because remember, I never once seen it like I never once seen it as a consumer or a.
Thinking he was gonna go into the World of Warcraft.
Well, yeah, I mean to me, without that delusion, I'm trying to say the consumerism and sort of the gambleism of gaming content. I never knew that until I consumed it myself. But then I realized now that like loot boxes and sort of that it takes away from gaming, but it also adds why developers want to have it. But in the end, now I'm talking about years ago when I fell for it. So my nieces and nephews now at 9 and now like, well, I need FIFA with this golden pass and I need to play Fortnite with the latest skin. And I'm like, you paid 60 quid for the latest skin? Say it was, I don't know, for example, the John Wick skin, for example. I'm like, did that add anything else? Apart from a character skin, and like,
it's smart marketing.
Yes, I know, but what I'm trying to say is it's addiction at its best. Did you captivate a younger audience or a mindset that constantly it doesn't add any mechanics or sort of anything to the game? It's just obsession of the game. And as a gamer who was consumed in World of Warcraft and Diablo and stuff in the past, I realized that my time is better. I can appreciate the games and I can love the games, but sometimes people like me are just addicted too much.
That makes sense. Listen, guys, real quick. This is from now. Josh is a diehard console fan. He said, if cloud gaming platform, is going to be taken seriously, they need all of the games that are Game of the Year candidates and great multiplayer online gaming with minimal lag, and they will thrive. I almost felt like almost all the Game of the Year.
Yeah, but you gotta go and pull up my thing, and Ellis needs another one.
All right, here we go.
I actually have to go, guys. By the way, I just don't. Sorry for interrupting, but thanks again for having me, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Guy, thank you, man, for coming in. I appreciate
always a pleasure. Always
awesome. All right, talk to you later, guys.
Ninja Guy X out.
Look at that, he even done the wrestling move. X.
Yeah, man.
He's done the secret X.
What's up, FCAT?
Get Ellis in here. Ellis.
I mean, to me,
Ellis in
to me, I mean, the only cloud game that is going, and I love this series, and I love Microsoft for doing this. The only game that's going to get nominated this year for a lot of accolades is Forza Motorsport. That game is going to look so gorgeous on family of platforms and cloud. It's going to have real effect. I feel like that is going to be the only cloud.
Here's a little pushback, Holtz. Rudig said, additionally, findability like that is an amazing feature. I wish all consoles did. Not sure what Holtz is talking about with official platform, but he don't game stream, so not the best comment. But actually, Rudig's, the PlayStation does that. So I had streamed, and that's what Holtz was talking about. I had streamed Returnal the first time I did first impressions. I had 69 views, right? End the stream, whatever. The next day, I had over 1,000. I was like, what? It was a brand new people commenting on my video. And I asked them, I said, how did you guys find out my video? I said, oh, it was on PlayStation. So when you go to PlayStation, you can press down and go to a little section, and they just show like games. And they show, you click on any game and press down, and they show people game streaming it. But it's like you just have to go there and look. But I get it. You're saying Luna, it's right there.
I mean, the problem is with findability is because even if I started right now on a PlayStation or a Series X or whatever device, capture cards or stream capture, and that, I'm not going to be a findability because in the end there's a lot of algorithms and percentages there's a lot of social aspects that actually make you findability, not then just playing a game. And I feel like we believed in this aspect in like sort of we didn't need these hardware or we didn't need these capture devices and stuff like that when Stadia first came, and it didn't click on with YouTube, and it's not going to click on with Luna, and it's not going to, at the moment, it's going to take a while. So that's fair to say. I mean, for example, if you just look about a year ago or 2 years ago, Mixer closed down. Xbox closed down Mixer or sold it off, and you think to yourself, if it was so relevant and it was so future proof, then why did these systems close down? Services, should I say, not systems, close down?
Let me do this. I'm going to I did pin the thing, but you guys can't see it because of the votes. I'm going to end this right now. So who will win out of a fight between the 80s RoboCop and the 80s Terminator? RoboCop is 18%. Terminator is 82%. I'm ending the poll right there. Now you guys should be able to see that I pinned the link to the chat. So jump on in. It's pinned to the very top.
But and how y'all feel about this? Cowboy and Holtz, Microsoft pretty much telling Sony that they have 10 years to create a Call of Duty competitor.
I mean, that is
or else they'll take it away.
That is fair. In my mindset, I feel like Sony is, in my mind, the most premium exclusive developer. Sony Studios develops the games. They've acted big, they've talked big. So if you say in hindsight, well, you've got these IPs that you can draw from. A lot of IPs they can draw from. For example, let's say Killzone Resistance top of my mind, for example.
Right.
Or, SOCOM and stuff like that. You could bring that to the forefront with notice. Now, some games maybe might take 7 years to develop. So in the end, by saying, even if Call of Duty fails, you could develop something brand new and cater to your audience base. I feel there's nothing wrong with that.
So the way I see it, Holtz, is so Sony had their chance to have a Call of Duty competitor with Lawbreakers. They had a contract with Epic to make Lawbreakers exclusive.
What the hell is Lawbreakers?
You don't remember Lawbreakers?
No,
I
might want to. That might have been dead on arrival, bro. I don't even know what that is.
They shut that thing down, but so they had their chance, and they also.
Was it shut down before the gameplay or the teaser trailer? Because I've never heard Lawbreakers in my life.
No, and here's the thing, FCAT.
But look,
bro, their only Call of Duty only competition is Battlefield. It ain't going too well.
No.
With all the years Battlefield been in the game.
Don't even go there. Battlefield IP as a franchise is dead now. Because
all right, well, here we go. Because none other than the maker.
But
man, talk to me.
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Sony has acquiring money. They have 6 billion. They can go out their way. They could buy Splitgate. They could buy
Oh
Shatterline,
my
and
God,
they'll have
you,
Call of
you're
Duty competitors right there.
Right.
Even a
I mean,
Halo competitor,
right.
Stop. No, real quick, hold on.
and they're small
When we
studios, so
no,
they can afford them.
no, listen. When we say a Call of Duty competitor, all right, we mean a game that's going to be able to rap, not just like, oh, it's a shooting game, dude. You know how many free to play shooting games on PC it is? I could bring up what's the one I really like?
What is
Something black.
Ubisoft doing? What is Ubisoft doing? They're releasing a
All right, go ahead. Let's
shooter
hear
game.
from. Yeah, but go ahead, make
Yeah,
it.
go ahead. Make
Personally, I think it's possible, but it's also difficult. To me, Fortnite's a competitor to Call of Duty because of the battle royale aspect of it.
No, Fortnite's a competitor to Warzone.
Right. Do you want
which is Call of Duty. Like Warzone's also one of the most popular parts of Call of Duty.
Yeah, but no, bro.
Do you want to hear something funny, right?
Honestly, if we want to go based off of the most popular part of Call of Duty, it's Call of Duty Mobile.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Right.
When we talk about, all right, let me ask you a question. When Call of Duty come out, it sells. They make a lot of money, right? And I'm talking about the console and PC game, right? Warzone is free. You don't even need. If that was the case, Call of Duty wouldn't even make that much money.
Right. Do you know why I hate Call of Duty? Right.
Let's do this real quick. Hold up. Let's bring in none other than some loser.
Right. Why I hate Call of Duty, right, in my mindset from the PlayStation 3 days, I was actually playing Killzone, for example, Killzone 2, with multiple. I could change the options in my gameplay to cater for my online experience, but I also had a controller that you could put the PlayStation Move in, and I could actually use the PlayStation Eye and actually use this effect. But I could actually play games like SOCOM, like Cowboy, go to Bravo, Maker, go to Zulu, and stuff like that, and press on. And I had these real effects that was breaking games mechanically and featurally that Call of Duty never ever had. And then I was playing a game on PlayStation 3 called Mag, right?
I remember that
and that game had so many more people in games, and it was epically. But guess what? It never had the mass market of Call of Duty, and that's the problem. Is Call of Duty never had the features, the mechanics, or the sort of open world. But all it had was the marketing, and I feel like it's destroyed a lot of developers' innovative behaviors, or what we knew from the PlayStation 3 days, and the young audience sort of ran with it.
You can't get upset with
popularity. No, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to say, in my mind, when I talk about like successful Call of Duties, Modern Warfare 2, Infinity Wars, and stuff like that, we're always like belittled because it's not the games that hit the mass marketing, and it was never the mechanics or the features. Right. It was because PlayStation at that moment said Call of Duty runs at 1080, and that is what sold it, nothing else. Marketing pushed Call of Duty.
No, that's not true. Call of Duty gets so here's the thing. This is how you're off base. You mentioned a bunch of games that was futuristic. See, that's why I was trying to tell people, when you want a competitor, notice I brought up Battlefield. I didn't say Apex. I didn't say Halo. A competitor means...
Medal of Honor was better than Call of Duty.
Thank you. Yes, you can say Medal of Honor, right? So when you bring up a game... When you bring up a competitor...
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Let me just finish real quick. When you bring up a competitor, it has to be its competitor. Like AEW rivals WWE. I don't say World of Women rivals WWE, right? So the thing is, you can't like bring up. I can't really bring up Resistance. Like when Resistance was one of my favorite shooters, they tried to mimic Call of Duty, but it wasn't Call of Duty.
Okay. So here's my Cowboy. I came from a PC experience in the early 2000s where we were playing Call of Duty, and it was World War II. So the question is was it only successful when the PlayStation 3 moved to a modern warfare where we were so used to past warfare like Medal of Honor and stuff, and then when we at that point we was not accepting like what FCAT just mentioned, or I was mentioning Infinity War and stuff. We
So
at the moment.
World at War was good. The two Modern Warfares were good. 3 was bad.
Yes,
Modern
yes,
Warfare
yes,
3 was bad.
yes, yes.
Um,
Black
Black
Ops.
Ops
Duty
1
4
Crap.
was good.
Oh, you think it was good? Oh,
Black
okay.
Ops
Let's
2
get. We got
was
Ellis.
okay.
We got Ellis
I'm
in here.
I mean, you guys can look up my stats and stuff as far as games. I'm not like a mythical game player or nothing like that. But when it comes to shooters, like I got months and months on multiple consoles.
Right.
And we got F Dog in
I-
here. What's going on, F Dog?
Yo, what's going on, guys? So, you guys heard that Sony they might buy Stadia?
Is that line?
But I wanted to say specifically the regulators pointed out Apex Legends as a competitor to Call of Duty. That's one of the titles that they actually pointed out. So
Dun, dun,
to me that shows that Battle Royale is one of the formats that they consider a competitor to Call of Duty.
Let me ask you a question. If I was a fan of Call of Duty, diehard fan, I'm gonna ask Ellis. Oh, he left. I was about to ask Ellis. Well, if I was a diehard fan of Call of Duty, do you think I would be playing Apex?
I mean, some people play Apex instead of the Warzone.
I think you would be playing Titanfall.
I wouldn't be playing that either because I wouldn't be trying to have a giant robot drop out of the sky and me having grappler hooks and all this stuff. The reason why
Call of Duty did have futuristic stuff
let me
too.
explain. And it wasn't that popular. This is why Call of Duty is popular.
The thing is,
hold up, real
messed
quick.
up
Let me
when
just
they
put my case. The reason why Call of Duty got popular because it was considered the most popular gun game. Like they brag on how it's supposed to be realistic. They got all the real guns. Once they try to be Destiny, had to jump in the air and punch. It didn't.
No.
Call of Duty ripped off Titanfall.
And do you know what's so funny? You mentioned Redfall before, for example. Like, do we actually believe that the fidelity, what we're seeing in trailers? PlayStation was the first ever company in my mind that actually showcased Killzone 2 and other stuff and showed cinematics and never ever delivered on their graphics. And I feel Call of Duty has been doing that for years. That we have to say to these companies, why is it being 15 plus 20 years ago that we're still falling for the same? Just show a little icon that says not in-game footage.
Guys,
will not represent the final product.
The titles y'all named, y'all talk about are good. All copies of Titanfall. Even the newer Call of Duties like Vanguard and World War II was
what
a
did they copy from Titanfall?
Of Battlefield.
What did they copy from Titanfall?
The freaking jumping, the movement, the wall running, everything.
No, but stop. You're talking about the Call of Duty that didn't succeed.
The Infinity War.
The one that came out and it
Advanced
died.
Warfare. It started at Advanced Warfare.
Yeah, but
Advanced Warfare and then
Black
yeah,
Ops
but
3.
how is that
Black
even on
Ops
topic?
4.
We're talking about Call of Duty. The normal Call of Duty that's out right now, right? They don't do any of the stuff you're talking about. They stole.
Right,
So
they do it the old school way.
Yeah, so that don't even matter. But I'm saying,
Call of Duty copy Mario, right?
yeah, you can jump. So
I mean, all games copy off of each other. Look
Yeah,
at
they do.
Fortnite
Yeah, that
copied off
doesn't
of
matter.
PUBG.
They copy the jump.
Lion, his loadout, Mario's loadout brings the firepower in every way.
all right, look, guys, we're getting a little crazy now. Y'all just talking nonsense. So what do you got next, FCat? All right, so Redfall hands-on, a creepy and creative twist on the modern looter shooter. So I think one thing about the Redfall thing, I want to know, does it bother you guys? Does it bother any of you guys? And we got Ellison here, so it's pretty good. But we found out that Redfall was originally supposed to be a PlayStation 5 game, and once Microsoft bought them out, they decided, hey, let's keep it for ourselves. Is that an issue? Does it help to show that, the FTC, that, hey, Sony is afraid that after 10 years they could say, you know what, you can't have Call of Duty. Is that? Do y'all feel like it's any crazy sauce to that or fanboyism or whatever?
We've seen this happen across a lot of studios, so why not?
That's basically Pony saying, "Oh, Xbox needs to compete. They need to come out with exclusives." Well, guess what just happened?
I do think Sony is missing on like a multiplayer shooter game. They haven't really made successful one in a long time. I know Uncharted tried to do multiplayer, but let's be real, that's not a great multiplayer mode.
Right.
And obviously they have factions coming up, and they own Bungie now, which is really good at first-person shooters. Right. They definitely have the tools to make a competitor to Call of Duty. The question is if they will, or when.
So let me ask you a question. When you guys say competitor Call of Duty, you just mean that they make a shooter game. That's what you're referring to, right?
Multiplayer shooter game.
Right. You're not saying that it would, because here's the thing. When I'm just trying to stay on topic. Hold up real quick. Let me just break this down. I don't know if I'm the only person in here that's staying on topic. So this court case is that, hey, and money is involved. Why does PlayStation not want Call of Duty to leave? Because they don't want to lose money. Now, can they make a shooter? Of course they can, but that doesn't mean a shooter is a competitor to Call of Duty. What we're saying is, can they make a shooter that will compete with Call of Duty as far as bringing that amount of revenue?
No, I mean the question to my mindset, it wasn't PlayStation that should make a competitor. I felt like PlayStation is set on their laurels and set back on Call of Duty, where Microsoft has at least tried to go forward with before the buyout to create other avenues of. Yes, so in the end, to me, I feel like for example, PlayStation is sitting back on Call of Duty. And the end, me and you speak about like Killzone, Resistance, SOCOM. We can name all these other franchises that Sony are not willing to invest in because it's not Call of Duty. But at least Microsoft knows to build up their portfolio. They're at least trying to build up a franchise or other marketing because that's what they believe the gamers want. But in my mindset now, once we've got competitive nature, that people still only want Call of Duty, and so Microsoft went, hey, why don't we just buy Call of Duty? And I feel like once they buy Call of Duty, the first thing the Sony fans are going to say is boycott. That's what they're going to say. Boycott it.
So here's the thing: it's still Call of Duty fans, right? So you could be what it comes down to, Holtz, is are you a Call of Duty fan, more of a Call of Duty fan, or are you more of a PlayStation fan? People are gonna say, "Hey, I'm a Call of Duty fan."
No, see, strangely, I'm a PlayStation fan more because I know I love Resistance, Killzone. But watch this. What I'm trying to say, Killzone, Resistance, SOCOM. I loved them in the past, but I identify myself that I've been belittled over the generations, that all I know that the current PlayStation fans love Call of Duty, and that is all they care about. And I can name loads of shooters from a lot of generations, and I feel like in mind, Sony's got the premium brand name that no matter what anyone does, it doesn't matter if it's Splatoon, that one game of the year, accolades or whatever, no one gives a crap because the only thing in their mind is the premium edition, Sony and Call of Duty.
Like I said, Sony needs to buy the studio behind Shadowline, Splitgate, and probably buy out Hi-Rez to make a game that's competitive to Call of Duty.
Let me ask you a question. Anybody else, any of y'all other than FCAT play this Shadowline? Like,
not just that.
I played Shadowline.
How great is it? Because
it's not great. It's just like X-Defiant. It's very mediocre.
Yeah, it's like X-Defiant and Black Ops 3 or 4.
Okay. What did you say, Lion? Lion. That guy again.
You're talking to F Dog?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, F Dog.
Yeah, I think they should make a computer to.
What?
Look, this is a little too late for this nonsense. Anyway, what do you got to weigh in? That guy again? Yeah,
am I here?
Up messing me up, man. No, what's your thoughts though? Let's bring it back to Redfall. Forget the Call of Duty thing. Do you like? I seen a Redfall trailer. I'm like, oh, it looks decent, but I wish the graphics was more realistic. So for like a vampire game, it'd been like, oh, more like realistic. But what's your thoughts? Is this game is a game you're looking forward to?
As a shooter person, yeah. But I know that every game is different. You know, it's supposed to have that look to it. And when it comes out, people will either love it or they'll hate it, or they'll do what people do nowadays, and they'll console war and they'll down it. You know, good games, bad games. Um, but no, I mean, me
But
honestly, personally, I'm not excited about it.
that's the thing, Ellis. They're already saying that this is a Game Pass worthy game, quote
Well,
unquote.
sadly, I mean, when you say game on
Does that
cult,
mean it's good?
well,
That means
sadly, this game is only going to pick up if Redfall is a Game Pass game, and it's on GFN, and it's on any other partnership, and it's on Games Anywhere, because that's the only way this is actually going to build traction. If this was just a series, if this was on a family console of S and X, I can see it flopping straight away. If it was more to the options of availability on sort of Games Anywhere on PC and sort of cloud, yes, it might actually build up a lot of traction for future-proofing Microsoft games, but yeah, they've got to be very careful how they distribute Redfall, because if this is a $70 game, no one's going to buy it. So they've got to be very.
Can I ask? Is anybody here? And this is speaking from a person who's never played an arcade. I played Prey, but I've never played like an arcane game.
Arcane, yeah.
Do you guys? Any of you guys in here actually play like really are into arcane games?
No.
I wouldn't say I'm like really
They don't
into,
play
but
the same.
I've played Deathloop.
I've never played one, so I'm just asking. Honestly,
I've played Deathloop. I've played Prey. I've played Dishonored. I think they're good, but not great. Typically, you know, even Deathloop,
Yeah,
I thought it was
they're
good, but not
okay.
great.
I agree with Omega.
I wouldn't doubt that it wasn't, arcane style game, but they also said ID Software helped them too, who makes Doom. So the gunplay could be really good,
and one other team, I can't remember the name, but it's somebody
So,
else from Bethesda that's supposed to be good at gunplay.
I'll get Game Pass for this. I'll check it
Yeah,
out.
me too. I definitely
If
want to
it
play.
grabs me, I will gladly pay
Oh,
$7.
FCAT, come on. Honestly, when we spell Game Pass, we're not talking about a full-fledged monthly pass, are we? We're talking about like
what I'm asking is why. I mean, and not nobody here, but just people in general. Like, if people really, there's a lot of people out there that really love arcane games, like really like them. For whatever reason, I've never played one besides Prey, so I'm not like no specialist at it.
Right.
But why? Is it just the Xbox effect? Is it just the Twitter effect? Is it the YouTube effect? Just like Bethesda. Those are games, every time Bethesda drops, it's Game of the Year or nominated. Facts.
Right.
Why do people doubt it now?
Well, no. So let me answer that. The Arcane is different than Bethesda. I can't listen. Bethesda, they hit, right? Besides when people say games have bugs.
Arcane is Bethesda, though.
But
They hit too.
Well, so here's the thing. You just said you didn't play it. The only one on here really mentioned it was Maker of Chaos. I don't think arcane games are like super popular. That's probably why. So when you just say like, oh, you think of games, in general, no one be like arcane game. I don't even know any gamers I know that say arcane games. They might just mention that, this game or that game. So I just think people are trying to doubt it because arcane doesn't have that stellar track record. That's all. We don't know if the game good. The videos I've seen of the game, it looks fun. Like I like how you got to beat like a mini boss and then clear them out.
That really,
What'd you say?
The ball out. This might be the one. Like that might hit the ball out.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. Is the game itself, as they explain it, looks fun to me. I like the fact you got to beat like a mini boss. You got to pretty much take back different areas. So you beat a mini boss, then you beat the main boss, and then you cleared it out. I just don't like the graphics. I felt like, for a vampire game, because I'm a fan of vampires, werewolves, I would have liked it not to look cartoony. I would have liked it to look more like, maybe like kind of like they could have been vicious or violent. That's all.
My problem.
Arcane games,
So it
they
gives a
always
kind of
feel
Left
the
4 Dead
same.
feel.
From Deathloop to Dishonored, they all play very similar. So they never hit just right. They get stale after a while.
To me, with Bethesda games, they always deliver highly, and they actually deliver broken games. Elder Scrolls and sort of Doom, Fallout. At launch, they sort of, have high expectations, but then they fail until it's patched. I'm not saying that these games, I can name these games like define a generation, but at that time you have to accept what it is. So if Microsoft is buying Bethesda, they have to develop quality going forward. They can't deliver a game like Redfall and say, okay, we've delivered a Bethesda game.
But can you say the same about like Nintendo? I mean, like,
yeah, but Nintendo seems to have the best track record. I'm not saying they don't deliver crappy games. I'm just trying to explain that they seem.
Like I wouldn't say arcane games are bad in any.
Yeah, I know,
right?
but in the community that people that consume it, it's very flawed, isn't it? At that point.
Hold up. I think all these companies.
But it's same. For example, say for example, I mentioned like sort of the competitive Call of Duty Battlefield. When someone actually plays a Battlefield game at launch, but like, oh my god, it's so bugged to hell. EA, or just like we mentioned the other day, wrestling game 2K. Oh, it's 2K. There's developers out there that we think to ourselves, bloody hell, it doesn't help the platform or the service. So I feel like that if Microsoft is going to buy this company going forward, I hope they actually put a twist on it where they say we're not going to develop a game unless it's family console, it's cloud specific, and it runs across all the boards without any flaws. I feel like that is how.
One thing, guys, real quick. The developers actually walked back that they're actually going to make the game offline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, they said that they're working on an offline mode for those who want to play it single player.
Right.
Yeah. But I think I don't think it has to hit like super great. In my opinion, Starfield needs to be that big game for this year for Xbox. I think that Bethesda's already shown themselves that they can make great games. I mean, look at their track record. Fallout and even Skyrim. And some of their other studios with id with Doom.
Man, Doom Eternal was flawless.
Like put it
Doom
in perspective.
Eternal was flawless.
Put it in perspective real quick. We talk about all these numbers, but Fallout 4 was considered to be one of their worst games, and as we all know, 12 million in 24 hours? That's power.
Yeah, but
Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, that's power, man.
To be fair, high sales doesn't mean people aren't complaining, right? So high sales, you'll get that, because you're going off popularity.
But Cowboy, that's not big. 12 million in 24 hours.
Alice, I mean, it's relevant. Morrowind, Oblivion, that was from the 360 era. So in the end, we'll be living in the era of the point where we were saying.
Don't drop games like that.
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm trying to say.
That's not what he's saying. What he was saying was that they sell a lot. No one could say they don't.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that they didn't sell a lot. I'm trying to say in that generational point when we were saying that sort of Xbox had a PC relevance when we talk about Morrowind, Skyrim, Oblivion, Vegas, and we were in our mindset as older gamers. We're like, that was our Bethesda, and we're not talking. For example, in Bethesda, for example, it was so major.
Bethesda hasn't put out nothing new. How is it our Bethesda?
Doom Eternal, for example, would have boomed on the likes of cloud services, but it never.
Right.
I'm just trying to say that these IPs.
I played in beta on
no, and I know, but we're the minority. I'm trying to say, in our minds, it's an older franchise, and I'm not saying they're not epic. They deserve high praise, high accolades, and game of the years. But I'm trying to say it's not shifting the optics of the current gamers now. Should I say?
All I was saying was I was staying on topic. Well, he said he mentioned we were talking about bugs and stuff, right? So what I was saying was he was like, well, if the bugs and stuff are that bad, had they sell that much? Well, they sold that much because they was that popular.
So that's about bugs.
Real quick, the last one was that popular, so the new one ended up selling a lot. It doesn't mean people didn't complain. That's all.
Fallout 4 was nominated for Game of the Year the year it came out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. I had a question. Give me what's your view or definition of what's considered a Game Pass worthy game?
Oof. Good, not great.
So here's what's not fair about that. Game Pass also has day and date AAA games, right? So look at
But that's
Forza
considered just
Horizon was
being
on
a
there, right? And
that's
that
just
nobody
considered being
complained about that. Nobody said that was a
Game
bad
Pass
game.
worthy games is a whole
Forza
different
was highly
thing.
acclaimed.
That means that the game's bad, and it's just
I
sitting
don't
there
think
on
it
Game
means
Pass.
it's bad. Okay, let me get my definition.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad.
And I'm gonna keep it short. Let's try to keep it short. So a Game Pass, when people say, I know it's a derogatory thing, I think they just mean, and where you hear people say it's mid. I think they're just saying the game is decent, but it's not that AAA banger. That's it. That's my
it's the buy on sale game. It's not a
right.
Okay, guys. Can I actually tie this into Call of Duty, Xbox, Game Pass, and all that? And
my fault. I was having technical
No,
issues,
no,
y'all,
for
so
example,
I'm missing a lot of what's going on.
and the worst ever company that we've known in past that's had bugs. Let's talk about Battlefield 2042 that came to Game Pass, for example. Premium. Supposed to be premium, but we all know Battlefield is a shitstorm of games. xCloud is a shitstorm, and it's got so many bugs, and that now it's available on Game Pass. Should we actually just eat that all up and go, okay, it's not Call of Duty, but we can have sort of a subpar experience?
Wasn't Battlefield fixed before?
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
up, and then they added
after
it.
Holt is done, I want
But
to say
so
something.
the point is, it's been diluted over the year-ish where EA didn't support. It's been broken. It doesn't compete with the market in terms on platform services or its competition between Call of Duty and stuff like that. That now, once we get it on Game Pass, should we just eat it all up by saying Battlefield 2042 is the most best game on Game Pass, but then we realise it's been bashed. It's been bashed for like a year and a half plus.
Well, I think the thing is that by putting it on Game Pass, you're opening it up to people trying it at the very least.
Yes.
And then if people try it and like it,
is bigger on PS Plus.
Like the more access that you give to a game, sometimes it can be beneficial.
Yeah. And then you got to think.
Hey,
and then
Maker, they're giving it to them at the right time. Like the game
yes,
updated.
yes,
everything. I'm telling, but I'll go after you guys are done because I bought it day one on both platforms.
What I want to tie in with what he's going to say is the same thing I would say is, again, Holtz is right. It was getting bashed, but this is a year plus later. It's fixed up, and then also forget about that part. You could tie in on that part. They already made their full price money at this point. Now they could put it on a service and
do well with full price money.
No, it doesn't matter. They it's a certain point in time a game could be out for full price. After so long, that is not going to be full price anymore, right? Unless it's digital. So you're going to be able to go into GameStop and stores and get a sale. It's not going to be full price. So it makes sense that, hey, now it's on Game Pass. They could collect, they could utilize that.
My point of view is, like, for example, it was October 2021 it came out, and it had flaws, and people bashed EA, and people bashed the competitiveness of Battlefield. And now we're in 2023. Now we should accept a sort of patch version. Now, Cowboy, you would say, old game. Everyone would say old game, and everyone would say broken game.
You came out of nowhere with Battlefield. I know.
It's a reference because it came to Game Pass. It came to. That's what I'm trying.
So you're just trying to but hold on. Let me hear from Ellis.
Okay. Now I bought the game, and this is after TK and all those guys were making fun of me because remember when Battlefield came out, it was really bad, and they're like, "You spent 70 on this? Fuck," and so because I'm a shooter guy, I'm kind of like ISO. Like we play games. I'm a predominantly shooter man. Like that's what I play. So anyway, I bought the game on Xbox. It was horrible. It had no voice chat between game players. Like day one, you could if me and you joined in together, we couldn't even join in together, Cowboy. No leaderboard. I mean, it had so many things that was wrong with it, like horrible. And I stopped playing it on Xbox. This is when I wasn't even playing on the PS5 yet. And they did a couple updates, made it a little bit better. No voice chat, no nothing. Garbage. 6 months later, they fired whoever was the head guy that's behind Battlefield, brought in Vince Simpella, the guy from Respawn. And they started making updates, and they started shrinking the size of the maps and putting more stuff up in there. Like the game, people can talk about it, and a lot of people that talk about it, they never played it. And yes, it was dog back in, when it first came out, admittingly. But now, you jump on that game and you got a couple people or a couple friends or even just by yourself to get in. You won't even wait 5 seconds to find a match. It's 150 players or 164 players. Like there's little bugs here and there. You might walk by and see a tank flying in the air. But whatever. But it's not the game that people think it is. It's like Arise Son of Rome or just any other game that got a bad. It deservingly got a bad rap.
What I'm saying, Ellis, is that if Microsoft take that sort of game, any game under their wing, say it was the Bethesda and stuff like that, shouldn't they actually cater to what the gamers want without actually bringing a broken game where people can slag Microsoft off? That's what I was trying to lead to.
Yes.
And when I mentioned games going forward, they shouldn't be bringing broken games that, say, for example, Microsoft partner with EA, GFN partner with GFN partner with EA, and we go, oh my god, them games are broken. Maybe they should be partnership with games that are fully optimized, and we could all.
Game Pass. Battlefield just came to Game Pass. It's been out for over a year.
You know what?
So you're getting in a better state right now.
Yeah, I don't fault Game Pass though.
If it would have came out back when on Game Pass day one, it would have been horrible.
I did want to say, like on the point of like a game launching bad and then getting better. Sea of Thieves is one, and that's an Xbox IP.
Yes,
like it is super successful now. Like it's had over like 35 million people play it.
Hey, game is fire, man. People talk all they want about Sea of Thieves.
People got into it, like people like streamers, and then it got popular because people saw their favorite streamers playing. Like Summit played a lot of Sea of Thieves.
Yes, case by case. But hold up. Let me ask you something real quick, because Dank had a question forever. He said, I gotta ask y'all something. Do you guys like the new Unreal Engine 5 or the old Unreal Engine 4?
5 is way better, like in terms of features, and like as someone who's messed around with Unreal 5, it is impressive all the things that they're adding with it.
Yeah. I watched about 5 videos today on Unreal 5, and I was impressed.
Maker, you about to play around with 5?
Well, I've already messed around with it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, just even the textures that they're doing with the photo imagery, like where they capture there's like a whole list of different environments you can just go in and use that Epic has now, and some of the features that they've already announced that they're doing.
So how y'all liking this? How y'all liking this?
Well, Fortnite's Unreal Editor adds powerful new creative tools.
I see that. I was
people
like, wow.
People are making literal campaigns for Fortnite.
Yeah, Fortnite's a different level, man. People can hate on that game too. It really is. I gave up. Started playing it with my son, and I was like, you know what? This is crazy.
The naked thing. They're already making girls naked on Fortnite. It's like, wow.
FCAT, did you see the footage they put from the GDC earlier of people making the creative things? I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
that's Fortnite.
There's a reason why, like, as someone who was like a big Call of Duty player, I bought the new Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops Cold War. Like, I played the new Black Ops 3 or whatever it was. Oh, yeah, it was Black Ops Cold War. My bad.
So do you
said Black Ops 3?
I play Fortnite now more than Warzone.
Do you ever feel like
it's crazy to me?
Yes.
Do you ever feel like that you're actually giving up on fidelity and performance to actually offer sort of a better experience mechanically wise? That you feel like in gaming we used to, as we know, we used to always jump in generations, PC performance and stuff like that. We'll be like, oh, what's the next fidelity? And then we realise, I used to laugh at Fortnite. I was like, who hell wants to play that game? Look how crap it looks. And then I realised they brought other effects, they brought mechanics, they brought experiences, and they opens up the gaming space that now I can't say that crap. And I realised that.
You played the new updated version of Fortnite?
No, I don't know. I don't play Fortnite, but what I'm trying to say was, as a narrative coming from the generations that I played, Fortnite was always the least experienced game that I could play. But then I realised, as a gamer, I was sort of pushing a narrative from my point of view, but I wasn't speaking from the majority of gamers. Now the majority of gamers now are telling me, Holt, you are the minority by far. You don't
we are the minority.
yeah, well, yeah. And it's like Fortnite is so amazing, and they deserve making their billions and their revenue. It doesn't matter if it's playing a game, the fidelity, having live concerts. They're bringing such more aspects to the gaming space that I could ever imagine in my time, and that is where now I'm thinking to myself, well, I was wrong, but hey, that's what gaming's about.
At the time, you wasn't wrong. So here's the thing.
Guys, my thing. So Lawbreakers was first, then it got killed off. Then there was Paragon that got killed off, and then there was Fortnite.
I remember Lawbreakers.
So I always thought Fortnite was just this kids game, right? Then they put in the battle royale, and I was like, oh, they're trying to be like PUBG.
They were.
Now. Then I saw that update. I saw the update where they added the more game modes, and I'm like, okay, now they're really getting into the zone, you know?
Yeah, I always, I think everything. Well, there you go. Now everything Holt said, I agree with. I admire them so much, and I don't play, but I admire them so much because they've added so much. Every 3 months, they do a new. Like they do a new campaign. Like you got to give them credit. If you were a Fortnite player, you always have something new coming up to you. So that's why I give them credit. The concerts, everything.
Cowboys, they refresh their shop every 24 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's literally.
I mean, Ellis and Cowboy, it's quite sad in my gaming experience from because gaming crosses other media, and my nephews at like 9, they're like, do you know the Kamehameha? And I'm like, Dragon Ball Z, and they'll say no, Fortnite. Or they go, do you know Batman the Joker? And I go, yeah. You know Tim Burton? And they go, no, Fortnite. And I go, do you know this? And they keep on saying Fortnite. And I'm like, are you just being driven by Fortnite with skins of $60? And they go, no, Kamehameha Dragon Ball Z came from Fortnite. And I'm like, sadly, it didn't. But the money. I mean, nothing wrong with Fortnite, how they mass market it. But what I'm trying to say, kudos to them to bring, I say, the Kamehameha back to the forefront.
How are they able to take everybody's IPs and just use them like?
Yes, and that's what happens. So every few months,
they got Aloy on there right now. And I'm Master Chief, and me and Aloy and Master Chief are running around.
No, when they had
it's crazy.
For Master Chief, that's the more crazy thing.
It's an advertising platform. That's what they turned Fortnite into. So if you have a product and you want it to sell, Fortnite has a huge customer base. So you make a deal, you put a skin, and that's a continuous commercial about your product. Keeps that be fresh on people's minds. So that's basically what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I arguably the biggest game in the world.
Because it's so popular, a lot of these companies want to work with Fortnite because they know that they'll get residual revenue from people just buying the skins. And
kids.
Of course. But also adults too. Like I know a fair amount of adults that play Fortnite as well.
So I got hit with that lawsuit. You think that was just a drop in the bucket?
For them, probably. Yeah.
I mean, no joke. With my nephew, for example, coming from a Dragon Ball Z point of view, my nephew at 9 go Kamehameha, and I go Solar Flare, and he goes, I've not bought that DLC, and I'm like, what happened there? And I'm like, instantly, the Fortnite gets them to buy that point of reference to make them mainstream in schools, and even though they've not being brought up with the content material or ever watched the content material, as long as it's cool in Fortnite could sell anything.
Oh yeah, but it is a certain time frame though. I remember my nephew was big into Fortnite, and he was like, "Oh, you don't have a skin? I'm gonna be better than you." I'm like, "You do realize skins don't mean you're gonna be better than me?" But that's how he thought, right? So I remember years go by, right? My nephew, he's about to be 17 now, right? So I'm taking it back sometime, right? So I was like, "Bro, you still play Fortnite? You better upgrade to Call of Duty." And then years went by. Guess what? He don't play Fortnite no more. He played Warzone, and he played Grand Theft Auto. So for him, he was like, "Man, I don't play that little game no more." He felt like I said a couple years prior. Now he got older and he upgraded.
And it's strange that you say like our younger family members don't play it, but if you look on Twitch, Fortnite is a big, huge game streaming across a very wide range of gamers.
If listen, hold up real quick. Let me say this: if my nephew was a game streamer, he probably would have kept playing. Look at Red Giraffe. He went from 1,700 subscribers to 20,000 in 6 months because he stuck with Fortnite. All he does is do Fortnite, right? So he's smart. And he said himself, he said, yeah, my age range is from like 7 to like 30. Those are the people that watch, right? So when you look and say, oh, I'm looking on the internet for who's playing Fortnite, then yeah, because they're game streamers, so they're not going to give it up. But if you ask a kid who don't watch YouTube, he's just going to have the natural progression. I think this is the flaw in gaming. We're content creators and we talk to each other every day and we research info and we talk about stuff. There's a world out there, like my friends, they don't watch. Before I got into this, I didn't watch nothing. I went to GameStop, and if the GameStop guy heard of something, I heard of something, or I seen it in a magazine. So there's a world, or a commercial. There's a world out there. They don't think like we do. And they're the larger part of the world, to be honest with you. So like, go ahead.
I wanted to point out, like you're talking about like a progression. You would think that more and more people would be coming to Warzone, right? You do know that last year, last year they announced a 50 million player loss in Warzone last year.
Yeah, let me ask you something. How old is Warzone?
Yeah,
About 3 years old? 4?
Obviously, they came out with a Warzone 2 recently.
Yeah, but how old is Warzone though? So if you think
Warzone's about 4 years old,
right? Warzone isn't old
before
at
it
all.
was on Battle on Black Ops 4. It was Blackout.
Fortnite's 5 or 6 years.
Right. So Fortnite has the time that they put into there. Fortnite got the player base. Fortnite keeps adjusting, it keeps moving. Warzone has to dig its feet in, just like Warzone. There was a point in time
Fortnite past the original battle royale. I mean,
yeah.
People need to get the Fortnite blueprint. When they try to do them games as a service, they need to look at what Fortnite is doing. If you're not doing that, you're not going to survive. And a lot of them haven't.
You know, Stadia could have had Fortnite if they would have Google would have just accepted the deal.
Stadia would be alive right now if they had Fortnite.
They would have been booming. Right, FCAT?
Or Warzone. And those are free to play games. How do you not have free to play games?
We gotta get into the future of gaming, guys.
Weird.
The future of gaming right here.
All right, so now we're at Ubisoft new.
Well, quickly, before we transition to sort of the one, do you think Fortnite is going to get a skin for the new Super Mario Brothers, or do you think?
Maybe. I wouldn't doubt it.
Because that would make the masses for everyone, wouldn't it? So I wonder if they would work with Nintendo again to bring.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't doubt that much. But yeah, it is Nintendo, and they don't play, with a lot of people. But
here we go, guys. Here's the future. Pretty much AI in video games. What do y'all think about that?
Whoa.
That's
wow.
Companies have been wanting to do that for a little bit.
My mic. I don't know.
I think that's been going on for a while.
You think
I don't think it's been going on. I think that they've been wanting to implement it for a while.
Oh, buy the game to support the developer.
Look at Google. Google announced wanting to use AI to help make NPCs before.
I mean, honestly, I think it's cool. I've been watching these things where people have like the president and John Travolta like talking. It's their voice and their face. I'm like, what? And then people are like, yeah, AI did that. I'm like, this is amazing. Listen, that's where we're going. I mean, I think it's cool, right? Use the technology. I just got the invite for that Bard from Google yesterday, right? Is it Google that does Bard?
Oh my god!
And they were like, oh, test it out. I didn't try it yet, but
yeah, I saw screenshots of it. It actually says that it rathers Microsoft Edge over Google Chrome.
What if FCAT is an AI?
No, Mr. Urban World is an AI. I always thought Mr. Urban World was AI.
Yeah, Mr. Urban World definitely AI.
Yeah,
we see Mr. Urban World. We see his face.
Oh, but when? Where? When did you see his face?
Hasn't he been on video or something before?
No. Nope. He put some pictures in the Discord. How you know that's him?
He's too busy in the metaverse.
I mean, to be fair, I am AI cop. I'm actually using real 3D environments.
He's an AI cop. I love
AI cop. I'm gonna beat RoboCop and Terminator going forward in the future talking spots.
Johnny 5 is alive.
Let me see. But I do want to check out Fortnite. Let me ask you guys this: is Fortnite is the creator thing on the regular? Like, because I go on a PlayStation 5 and be able to play that creator mode. Like,
Yes.
it's so people put games on there already that I could try.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'll see. Yeah,
My
you'll
son
see,
drives
like,
me crazy with the creative mode.
bazillions of different games.
No. That's two different things. Not the regular creator mode that they had before. This new thing is only on PC that people get to make
the new
games
one?
and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to know, is that only for PC or can I access it on a console? Like, I know you to be able to do it is on PC, but can I access it on a console?
Now you.
I think it's only PC.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's only PC.
That's what everybody's complaining about. That
Okay.
that this editor thing ain't on console.
Okay.
I
And
don't
then
think
there was a big demo that came out recently. So you got the Diablo, but I thought there was another game that had a demo, not the Resident Evil 4. Something
Diablo?
that I would have played. What is it?
I'm just Exo Primal, maybe.
Yeah, that demo was out for console.
I think it ended.
That's over. That already ended. That's kind of like Anthem.
That's a flop.
A little late.
Yeah, it's kind of like Anthem and
It's a Game Pass game.
Yeah, but Anthem was
and
live
Gambit.
service. That game is a live service,
the
right?
game mode Gambit.
It's a
and
multiplayer
Destiny.
game.
It's basically that. Yeah, it's Gambit because you can go into your enemy team area, mess them up a little bit, and they can come into yours, and you're sitting there. It's
not really
dumb.
You don't go to the enemy team side until the end of the game.
Right.
The way it plays out is you beat
dinosaur. You turn into a dinosaur. Well, you summon the dinosaur, then you go into the dinosaur, then you go into their side of the.
I don't believe you turn into a dinosaur.
Yes.
The way when I played it, you cleared the waves of dinosaurs, and whoever cleared it faster, like you get a heads up, like you get like a early heads up basically for that final level where you can collect points, and then you both fight against each other as the mechs. So you're all fighting each other while fighting the at least for the game mode that they showcased in the beta.
Sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, but there was a thing that pops up, and you can access it, and it gives you this thing, and when you activate it, you summon a dinosaur out of a portal, and then
no, you don't become that. That's an ability someone has.
Right.
That's one of the mechs has that ability. That's their ultimate ability. Is they summon a T-Rex out and then they take control of it, and it becomes kind of like a companion.
I
fights for
you. I think I was that bot or whatever, that robot.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was
like
I
played it.
Crazy. It was born at the same time.
Let me ask you a question. Did you guys see the new video of Hellblade 2? And do you think it looks better or worse than the old video?
I don't know.
It looks good to me. Like, I don't know, people be exaggerating, like, oh, it looks so much worse, and like, it looks good. I mean,
well, let me.
It's not really gonna affect my gameplay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it looks like it's a more expressive in the new one. Like it looks like it grabs more facial features with the new updated thing, but I don't know how much like post processing might have been completed on that first one compared to the second one.
All right, here you go. Take a look. What's your thoughts? Because when they showed the original, I was like, "Yo, that's real gameplay," and now I'm like, "That didn't look like real gameplay," and they said it was. But
well, it's not real gameplay. It's live capture. Is
what they said is in real engine. It was
it's within the engine, but what they're doing is they have someone like captured with kind of like with when you watch cinematics.
Hellblade 2 trailer was running in real time. Epic confirmed.
Yeah, real time, as in like they were recording it, and it was running on like they processed it on a computer with overlaid it with like a skin effectively. So that's why she looks like the character in Hellblade.
Well, it looks like CG to me. The one on the left.
Yeah, the new one looks kind of fake, like a cartoonish, in my opinion.
Right. So that's what the whole debacle is that
the difference is the second one is using the meta human creator, so it's using that human creator within Unreal Engine 5.
This is gonna cause the game to get delayed. Watch it. This is gonna delay the game because
but long story short is in the beginning when they first showed this game, they said that's what she was supposed. This was supposed to be the graphics, and now this is the graphics. So I just want to bring it up.
There's gonna be a controversy, and they're gonna delay that game because they're gonna be. You know what? Let's go back because they can't be coming out with stuff that people are gonna be unhappy with.
The thing is, it depends on the team. Like if this is just one of their teams that works specifically with Epic with Unreal, I could definitely see this like not impact any sort of delay. Kind of like how the Coalition worked with Epic for their demo, showing off Unreal Engine 5. At the same time, they had a small team from the Coalition go work with Epic for Unreal.
Listen, I tell you this: can nothing be worse than Killzone? I don't know if y'all remember. But when Killzone was shown, Sony said that was real graphics. And I was like, whoa. And then CGI, come to find out it was CGI. We were
the
all
game
like,
still came out looking really good, but for what it was.
No, it didn't look it was nothing like what they showed.
It didn't look like what they showed, but it looked really good.
But they did say it was that was the graphic.
They completely lie about it.
Yeah, they lie. Yeah, completely.
They'll do like all these companies. They'll because the games never look how they look on the first trailer.
Well, yeah, because scope changes. You know, like if you're adding a lot of things, you have to dial back things, and it's never going to look the same as the first trailer because games change in development. That's just a fact of life.
Do you think cloud gaming could be the answer to that?
There we go. No.
That's just game development in general because things change.
No, but you said once you add more stuff. So think about it, you only got but so much limited amount of RAM, space. Right, but if you had cloud gaming, right, where you got,
I mean, if you did load balancing and had like multiple units, I just don't understand why that they would use multiple units for one game. It just sounds super inefficient. I could see them running like servers to host like something that's kind of like MMOE, where like the world is all hosted.
I think you answered it right. The reason why they would do it is so that it could look as good as when they originally show it. Right.
Hey, hold up.
I think it's very different games.
Oh, go ahead.
As an Xbox fan, I got to keep that same energy. I like all the little cinematic CGI stuff, but I want to see gameplay, controller in hand, somebody running around.
Yeah,
Until then, I don't want to hear nothing. Like, okay.
Cool. I'm excited to see. I'm hoping it's better gameplay than the first game. That was my biggest gripe about the first Hellblade was the combat was pretty basic.
I thought I was the only one because everybody, this game is amazing, but the combat.
Yeah, I always hear people say that.
It really took me out of the game because it was really cool. Everything they were doing, I got halfway through it. I'm like, you know what, I can't. I
love the atmosphere. I love the atmosphere in the world of Hellblade, but the gameplay definitely was its.
Yeah, I never got into it, but
it prevented it from being something really great. To me.
I went into that game thinking it was gonna play at least, because it's Ninja Theory, so I'm thinking Heavenly Sword, right? So thinking I'm gonna get an experience in like a new evolution of what that was, and the game was good, but then after you continue to battle some of the enemies, I'm like, this is not it for me.
Dude,
I did want
amazing game.
I did want to bring up that they have confirmed that they're going to be working more. There's more emphasis on combat in the sequel. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that they improve the systems, make them a little bit better. And honestly, as long as it tells like a great story, I'm going to enjoy it. Great story, great visuals with at least solid gameplay.
Maybe I should play.
I don't know if people in Microsoft is going to like that because, Ninja Theory is the more Sony-like studio they have. And they're gonna make those cinematic games. And they don't like those on the Xbox side.
No, but Xbox needs some of those games.
But they don't like those games. They keep saying that they don't like cinematic.
No, that's just fanboy console stuff, man. That's just console nonsense.
So that game, based on what they say, this game should flop when it goes into Game Pass.
No, people are gonna love
at the same time, don't PlayStation fans want Xbox to have those types of games?
That's not what we're discussing right now. This is not what we're discussing right now. We're talking about this studio, based on what they say, should not have a successful game. If not, that means everything they've been saying is just meaningless.
Well, I do agree that gameplay matters overall, but still, like I'll enjoy a great game with a great story if it has solid gameplay. Like I don't think Horizon has the best combat system in the world, but I mean,
I'll
but
tell
it's
you
still a
this:
beautiful game.
I was super into God of War combat.
I
that combat is made for me.
God of War is okay. It could be better.
Horizon.
So what? Hold on. Pause real quick. Maker, what's your favorite combat? What game has your favorite combat?
Souls games.
Oh damn, yours.
Ghost of Tsushima, I think, has the best for me. In regards to those type of games, Ghost
was a bit basic for me.
I was gonna say that, dude.
It felt pretty repetitive after like 20 hours.
It was not like
20 hours. Give me 4 hours.
It was like okay, I just swap. All it has is like a heavy attack and a light attack, and then like deflect for the most part. You do have some special skills.
For example, the Souls games. I go into I played Elden Ring. Was really my first Souls game that I played. I beat it. I platinum it. I love every bit about it. So I got Dark Souls 3. Because everybody keeps hyping this combat, right? It is the same combat. It is light attacks and it's heavy attacks, and you might do a different swing here and there. It is not that much different. It is the same.
To me, the difference is like different weapons play differently.
You have a lot of weapons. Yes, you do have more weapon variety.
There's different builds you can do as well. There's different spells that kind of can combo off of it.
That's an RPG, a pure RPG game. When we're talking about Ghost of Tsushima, we're talking about you going in knowing you're gonna have samurai sword combat.
Right.
You're gonna parry and you're gonna adapt to the style, and you're gonna have to very quickly change your stance to combat the enemies that are coming. And that
a lot of the enemies are kind of the same.
So I'll tell you, my favorite game, man, is Prototype, and that blows me away. All the special abilities. That is the best combat.
I
mean, the stuff you could do, like
it's a button match. You just mash the button.
I mean, it's fun to play. Like it's fun to slice stuff up, but
oh my god, slice people in half. You could take somebody and throw them into a helicopter. I mean, dude, I could grab somebody and run up a building and jump off the building and slam them into the ground from like a skyscraper.
I think Devil May Cry has some really good combat. You can do some really cool combos with it. Like, but
Devil May Cry combat is top notch. You got your swords, your guns, and switch this and that. But I still think God of War, the new God of War, that's some amazing combat.
I think God of War has good combat. I hate that there's a delay on block. Like it's a bit frustrating, you know, when you're fighting those tougher enemies and you hit the block and it's not as precise as say like a Souls game.
On Horizon, I like
you need to you need to get a new controller or something, man.
No,
I think it's my headset that keeps disconnecting me.
Then again, I play on hard when I play most of those games.
For Horizon, I like playing as a trapper. Like the combat, like the melee combat is very lame. But if you
guys hear me though?
Placing traps,
we hear
I think it's so much fun. Just place traps and have all these enemies just fall into them. I have such a blast doing that. I love
the problem I have with Horizon is a lot of the enemies feel like meat sponges, and it's not fun for me because it just delays out the fight.
Yeah, but couldn't you say the same for Souls games? You just slashing enemies.
Yeah, it is.
Until they power go down.
But the enemies change over time. There's actually a drastic like ability change. Like that's why there's multiple phases, different abilities you got to watch out for. So the combat changes over time. Your combat might not
you just
change.
Gotta dodge more. You just gotta dodge more.
Yeah.
No, it's not that simple.
Listen, as a guy that spent many hours in these games, not as many as you perhaps. But you realize that the enemies that you have the same strategy.
You could probably get by dodge, just spamming.
You gotta
dodge.
get really good at. Hold on, here it is. You just gotta get really good at parrying. That's what it is. You want to be great at Souls game. You gotta get really good at parrying.
I like have trouble parrying some things.
But
like,
then you're not good. You gotta get really good.
I'm not as good as some of like the best people out there. But I do love the idea that I can create a character of my own. I can create whatever like gameplay style I want to go for.
You know what's crazy? is you and me is so different. I want the game where you just give me a character and I level up that character. Once you like you know how you say you like soul games because you got different builds, man. Once you start talking about builds, I'm like, man,
it's the same reason why I like Skyrim and a lot of other RPGs.
And those are games I never played.
Skyrim combat is lame. Like people kept talking this game up, and I went into Skyrim. Lame. I went to Skyrim with this hope over here. I like Fallout. I'll say this Fallout I like, right? I went to Skyrim thinking this is gonna be amazing. You can't even lock on to an enemy, especially if you try to play in third person mode. Because you customize this character to look
those
really
PC
cool, right?
type games, man.
Dude, you customize your character to look really good, right? It looks really cool. You got all the cool armor, the cool weapon, and then you gotta literally just so the game is playable. You gotta play in first person mode. You can lock on. You're swinging like a crazy madman. Like this is combat.
Remember, it reminds me of when PlayStation 1 came out. What was that? They had those games. I guess they was like PC ports and all that. And it was always a first-person game. You had a sword and you just swung all wild. It was just like, what is this? What are we doing here?
Well, the difference is like you can create that character to who you want to be. Like I recently played Skyrim like a year ago, and I created like a dexterity build where I went stealth with a bow. And most of my damage was like my skills were into bow and stealth, so I could sneak up behind people, get like headshots, and do a massive amount of damage on them. You know, that's how the build worked. Is like I could kill people really easily as long as I kept my stealth up, or I could have gotten a mage build and you know either gone into conjuration where I'm summoning things, or I could go into.
Here's how bad it is for me, Maker. How I'm so anti those games. Bro, I was the biggest Destiny fan for 5.5 years, and I only had one character. I only ever made one Titan, and that was it. So just imagine I played Destiny and never used two other out of 3 characters, right? And you got people that plays the Souls games, and they playing over and over to add different builds, and I'm the guy like, nah, bro.
Speaking of guys,
yeah, well, but people love those games though. Like,
I know
they're super popular. Like, look at Diablo 4 and the popularity that's getting right now.
So speaking of Destiny, guys, Bungie put out a statement. They said that they pretty much have more recordings of Lance Reddick that they're going to issue in the future.
That makes
interesting.
Sense.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well use what they have, right?
So, spoilers, but they've already killed another character recently, but it wasn't him.
No,
I think they should.
Well, that was probably already in the pipeline, like a long time ago.
Interesting.
But anyway, guys, I am man. We hit 3 hours. It's cool.
No, you cannot end the show. I just came in. You cannot just end the show. Cowboy, tell Sandy the Lion says you get an extra 30 minutes. An extra 30 minutes because the people want it. You're the people's champ.
Dude, look at this. Damn, y'all still streaming? Cowboy must have had a lot to eat. Listen, I like to do 2-hour shows now. It get dragged out sometimes because we have a lot of stuff we want to talk about. But yeah,
we didn't talk about Redfall.
Your intro takes 1 hour.
Now we did talk about Redfall.
Your intro takes a whole hour.
What everybody's been complaining about, though.
Yeah, that it was supposed to be a Sony game.
We need to cut that intro to like
what's supposed to be Sony game is being on work for PS5.
Yeah, well, go ahead, bring it up, Maker.
Oh, I just think it's dumb. You know, like the idea behind it is that because because Bethesda didn't have a contract with Sony at the time, they scrapped that version and then released it on Xbox and made it exclusive. You know, and I think that's fair. That's kind of what Xbox had said. They were going to honor all agreements that were already in place. Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo still released as PlayStation exclusive.
So you don't think they could use that in the court as an example?
No, because there was no contract for it, and so at the most that they could say is because Microsoft said that they had no incentive to make it exclusive, they could probably use that, but
yeah, because the game
it's different because Activision, they're already making contract deals with other competitors, with Nvidia and Nintendo and such. So Microsoft has a track record of honoring those agreements.
Well, I see the thing. I see what they're saying, right? So, okay. So the game was being made for PlayStation. Microsoft buys the company and say, nope, shut that down. Not going to be made for PlayStation. So they're saying, well, in 10 years, Microsoft said we got to have Call of Duty for 10 years. But once 10 years is over, if they already said once we got that game, shut it down, then they could possibly. So I think I see the correlation of them could use that as an argument. Whether they will or not, who knows? This is just fanboy stuff right now.
Yeah, the difference is like
contracts, the 10-year contracts. That's what they're asking to see, and Microsoft doesn't want to let them see the details of it, because you can have a 10-year contract that says you get this thing at a certain time, right? That is they're gonna be features here and there, and so they have to see the details.
Well, yeah,
they already.
That's part of the
judge already said they want to see some more documents.
Yeah, they got.
Yeah, they're gonna have to comply for it. But it's all part of its concessions. They've already, like, if you've been following it, some of the 10-year deals has been offered as concessions to the EU. So that's their method of saying, hey, if you let it pass, we are like legally binded to these agreements.
Can you imagine if Sony would have agreed to the 3-year deal they initially offered?
I know, right?
Nobody gets nothing.
Yeah, think about it. They wouldn't have been offering it to nobody else. But here, let me ask you guys this. I almost think it benefit them. Dude, if Call of Duty or whatever games, right, could just be on exclusive. But I think the money is to have it on everything. One, you could put on Game Pass to show people this is why you need Game Pass. But the people who are anti-Game Pass, guess what? You pay $70 up front. Like, everybody wins. And they make more money.
I think there is a pride element that nobody wants to talk about. I think Microsoft, as a bigger company, they do see Sony as very small. They go like, there's no reason why we should not be number one in this space. How is this little company taking us to task every single time, right? Every single generation. So they're looking at really going after a stream revenue of that company and really put the sales above them, taking a chunk of their customers, chunk of the gaming industry. So that's definitely something that I think is playing a factor nobody really want to talk about.
That's definitely an American. That's definitely an American thing to do.
I mean, it's an American company, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is.
Yeah, it is. This is what Americans would do.
Look at Tencent, like investing so highly in a lot of companies so that they can get that passive revenue. All these companies, they buy stuff. Like, that's the whole point. Like, Microsoft was founded off of a $30,000 purchase that they sold for millions.
Right. Let me
corporations don't cry. Corporations they want to protect their position. They want to make their money.
Sony's not a small company either. They've got a lot of money. They're in the movie industry.
Let me read this. I want you guys to chime in. So Ellis said, "Stop crying. PlayStation be the bosses people think they are. We all know we all know you guys can compete in multiplayer space. Remember, Cowboy, keep it real, bro. It's business. So all I'm saying is this: it's business. It is. And I think but here's my problem. So from an Xbox perspective, and I hear it though. A lot of people say, "Oh, they're just crying." I don't see any Xbox people. Actually, Doc came out and said it, which is cool. He was like, "Bro, if I was PlayStation, I wouldn't do the deal either."
I'd argue for it too.
Yeah, I think both of them. And what I do see is, I feel like I see Sony people saying, and again, I'm not going to be either or, but I do see a lot of Sony people like, listen, Microsoft should fight to keep the deal, or the fight to not. If both of them need to stick to what they're doing. But I feel like, Ellis, I'm talking to you now. Why does it kill you to say, listen, if I was Sony, I would do the same thing. Like, you're so much on one side that you're like, nah, they need to start crying, make it think. Listen, if I'm going to lose money, I need to fight like hell to keep that money. And if I'm Microsoft and I'm trying to make more money, I need to fight like hell to make more money. Neither one of them.
Essence of it.
Yes, neither one of them should yield.
To me, it's a double-edged sword. Because if the regulators find that Microsoft isn't obligated to create a deal with Sony, then potentially Microsoft could say, "Yeah, Nintendo gets it, but you don't because you didn't sign the deal."
That's fine. But I don't think that's going to be the deal.
But what I'm saying is, by not accepting the deal, it could hurt Sony more than
it's a game of chicken.
No, hold on. Listen.
It's a double-edged sword.
No, but here's the thing: the whole holdup is Sony. If that was the case maker, this thing would have been over a long time ago. If they didn't be like, "Oh, Sony don't need it," that's not.
But if you're following the articles, the EU specifically is more worried about cloud concessions more than the console concessions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the issue here. If the CMA follows what EU is doing and say, okay, we're not too worried about Sony anymore. What about cloud? Which they show, hey, we've got these concessions for 10-year deals with cloud services.
Yeah, so right now the CMA, EU, they're happy. The only people we're worrying about right now is the FTC.
No, that FTC's no.
Who's down with the FTC?
I'm not worried about FTC. CMA is the one that I'm worried about. Like in terms of whether or not this deal is going to pass. CMA is the one that's bringing up the most issues with Sony. FTC can be overridden with a court case, and Microsoft has already announced that if it passes in the EU and it passes in with CMA, they're going to go through with the merger and deal with FTC in the courts.
Right.
Which
and Ellis, you can't fall back on you got all consoles. It's what you speak and what you say that we're looking at. Not that you own all consoles, right?
Yo, do y'all think that this deal might even get dragged out into the Supreme Court?
I think the deal going through, bro. The deal is going through.
The deal's gonna go through. There's gonna be some heavy concessions, and eventually, the new status quo will be established. It's pretty much gonna happen.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, what if it got dragged out to the Supreme Court?
You got a point, FK. It could get dragged out to the Supreme Court, but then we may get an alien invasion that comes in, and they're gonna bring back Stadia, and then the deal goes to Stadia. I think
and then there you go.
Got that one.
I don't think it'll go to Supreme Court because I don't think the Supreme Court wouldn't deal with something like this.
Yeah.
Like most likely you'd have a district court deal with it.
You never know.
Let me ask you guys this though. Let me ask you this. So this is what I ask. Most people who don't want the deal to go through, like let's say some Sony fans, they always bring up 10 years. And I get that. I get it. But I asked this before because I want it to go through. I don't care. Let it go through, right? They said to give you 10 deals, give you 10 deals. If they paying $69.8 billion, if 10 years they don't want to give it to you, too bad. You got 10 years. Make a better game. I don't know. But let me ask you this. What do you have any current issues with the deal? Like, is there anything current? Not, oh, well, in 10 years, I don't know what's going to happen. No, is there anything right now as far as the deal? You get it for 10 years. You get 10 years. You get 10 years. Do you guys got any current issues with this deal?
None whatsoever.
Lion, you?
Do I have any issues with the deal? I don't play any Activision games. To me, what am I gonna do? I don't play. You can look at my gaming. I think the last Call of Duty I played was like in the PlayStation 3 at the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any Activision games I play since like they used to make Spider-Man. So it's like same thing with Bethesda. I play one game from Bethesda, and I have an Xbox. I paid money to own an Xbox. So whether it goes, if Sony were to cease to exist tomorrow, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play on Xbox. I have no issues. I'm not gonna stop gaming.
Here's what's cool, right, dude? I keep saying it, like, bro, I'm playing all the Xbox games anyway. I don't got an Xbox. People are like, what are you talking about? Like, bro, just xCloud or playing on your PC. And if you don't got a PC, play on xCloud. I mean,
so
Microsoft making it so easy.
Only Call of Duty, but this includes, World of Warcraft, which is also a big game.
Diablo,
also,
Overwatch.
Well, those two, but also Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Tony Hawk Pro Skater sells like Madden, boy.
Hey, no, Tony Hawk Pro Skater did not. They scrapped 3 and 4 that they were gonna remake because 1 and 2 didn't get that many sales.
He said Nintendo is garbage, and yes, in the court, YouTube blocking the deal from Xbox is good. It's good for business, but to real people who just want games and they're nothing. Well, I think the thing is, Ellis, you're hoping that if Xbox get it, it will bring PlayStation people to Xbox, so they get to play Call of Duty, which may happen. Who knows?
I just want it to be more competitive because, like, honestly, Xbox is just getting hammered by PlayStation.
But what do you mean by being competitive? Because they are competing. They have been competing since the beginning, right? Because Sony had the PlayStation 2. They come out with the Xbox. They've been competing. It's like they want.
Not to the same extent, I would say.
Like,
Xbox,
hold on. Let me say this.
Xbox had half the studios that PlayStation had for the longest time.
Here's the thing. You know what you sound like that to what you know what you sound like to me, Maker. That statement you made sounds like Sony needs to give Xbox a handicap. That's what it sounds like to me. They need a handicap.
I don't think they need to give it a handicap because Microsoft is paying out their ass for this stuff.
But check it out.
Like,
You realize that Microsoft has
taking hits too.
In the last 2-3 years, they will have paid almost as much money as Sony's worth in order to compete. They bought a company for $10 billion. Bethesda, I don't know how much it was, right? And then
it's like 7.5 for Bethesda,
and then you have
69.
Activision for 70 billion, right?
Yeah.
Sony was worth around 80 to 90 billion. A few more dollars, they could get Sony and Sprung involved.
We need let them compete.
No. Well, the issue with that is it's always going to be sold above net worth. So, like, if Sony were to be bought, it would probably be for 120 billion, probably.
Like, what's the difference at that level? What's the difference between?
Let me say something, Maker.
And you also have to understand that Sony makes over double the revenue of Activision Blizzard. So technically, Sony is making more money than.
It's a more productive purchase. It's a better purchase for Microsoft. You're making the
Hold on, let me jump in there real quick. Maker, you talking about competing? So we was both runners, right? Just who's faster? It is what it is, right? Do you realize Xbox was dominant in the 360 days? Ain't nobody telling them to come out with that stuff for Xbox One. You could play it all the time.
360 was, and then Xbox One took a huge hit. It sold significantly less.
Yeah, but listen. Whose fault was that?
It was Microsoft. And it looks like Microsoft is changing that now.
But hear me out.
Buying studios and ramping up their content.
But now you're saying they need to be able to compete as if they you want them to have a handicap. Now, I'm like this. If you're spending the money, do what you want. Dude, if you let Sony spend $69.8 billion, and if
they're competing by buying. I mean, what do you think Google and Amazon all do?
Right.
They compete by buying other companies and putting it under their wing.
Yeah, I just think the statement "let them compete" is silly to me. That's all.
Let us go.
I mean, that is them competing. You know, it's an entertainment industry.
On the 360 era, though, you have to realize they came out a year early. PlayStation came
out
with
more exclusives in the 360 era. They had more marketing deals.
But once Sony caught up, they passed. You know how it's to come from behind and pass in the same generation and pass and end up gaining the generation, and then just keep that momentum going. So that tells you there's some resiliency in that company. They figured it out. They're like, you know what? Let's figure it out.
The issue was. The shift to Xbox One was horrible for Xbox. They didn't get the traction. Like PlayStation had all the best exclusives. Let's be real. Like they made all the marketing deals with Call of Duty, so no longer was the marketing deal with Xbox back in the 360 era. And Xbox has shown these numbers to the courts. You know, PlayStation has far more exclusive content than Xbox does, and they pay for that. And at the same time, this is what Xbox is doing. They are now paying for that exclusive content so that they can bring people to their platform and compete.
They're buying the farm.
The company. But do you think that PlayStation didn't buy any companies in the past like 5 years? Look at Insomniac. Look at House Marquee. Look at Haven. Look at
no. He got hear him out, Maker. He got a good point though.
But buying.
They bought what $200 million for Insomniac, opposed to $8 billion for Bethesda. I said
Microsoft bought Minecraft for $3 billion. Like studios used to not cost near as much.
$200 million versus $3 billion. Let's be honest. Let's have a real discussion. You cannot compare a purchase of Activision to buying Insomniac. Now, is Insomniac incredibly productive and a really great deal?
That's not for me to judge whether or not this is going to be. This is going to create a monopoly.
That's not me going to the mall. I'm finding a Gucci shoes, or I don't know if they make shoes, but finding Gucci shoes for $100, that's a great deal. I had no idea. Like, yeah, they got a great deal on it. So that comparison doesn't really go into it.
It kind of does, because PlayStation has been building those studios for years. They've been buying, and like Naughty Dog was purchased. You know, I think like 2/3 of PlayStation studios were purchased.
That Microsoft got like a few years ago.
They scrapped them in the Xbox One era. Like Microsoft cut back on the Xbox
after Xbox era. Remember, they bought like a bunch of studios when Xbox Series came out. Right? They got, like,
in 2018
studios,
is when they started. They bought Ninja Theory. They bought They bought a couple studios initially. Obsidian.
Obsidian is amazing. I mean, Obsidian, they don't need Bethesda. Obsidian, I think, performs better than Bethesda. It produces better than Bethesda, in my opinion.
I mean, there's even with Bethesda, they're neck and neck in terms of the amount of studios that each company has. I think PlayStation has something
like 22 or something like that. I think
it's, you know what I think it is?
Xbox has 23. PlayStation has 22.
I think it's when you got the foothold, right? Like it's, and I always say this: video games is a popularity contest. Yeah. There was no way in hell that the Xbox Series was going to jump over the PlayStation 5 because the PlayStation 4 was the more popular. It'd take something so traumatic to make a gamer say, "Oh, I no longer want to buy a PlayStation 4 and buy an Xbox Series console." Right? It just makes sense. And even one being only $300 wasn't going to be it. People is going to spend the extra $200 to stay in the Sony ecosystem, or spend that extra $100. So at the end of the day, I think Microsoft get it. So guess what? They crushing them in the game of money, having a better subscription service, right? So that's their thing. So they're both doing their own thing.
If I was Microsoft, I would really do this. I would go. They could have a better strategy. I would go ahead and talk to like Front Software, talk to all those other companies, and release those mega blockbuster games, and pay them all the money they're gonna make, right? And make those games exclusive to Game Pass, right? You make it exclusive to Game Pass, so it makes no sense to anyone to have any other console than Xbox.
Did I have a question? Did Disney license out like deals to LucasArts and to Marvel to make games? No, they bought them. And then look at Disney now. They're like one of the strongest.
Yeah, but you got to think
in the television
they're actually
industry.
struggling right now. They actually, I think they're going to some.
Well, yeah.
If I was Sony,
but they're still one of the strongest in the game right now. Like nobody can deny.
Earlier, if I was Sony, I would use my acquisition money. Go look at the free people who doing free to play games. Okay, you look at the thing. You can't buy Epic with Fortnite. Okay, I can't buy.
You can definitely buy Epic. I mean, if you can buy Activision,
Epic
is more expensive than
they're
Microsoft has the dough.
I can't buy
the dough, but that's a lot.
I can't buy Ubisoft.
Sev got a good point. Look at Sev. Hey, don't nobody want Ubisoft. Ubisoft going downhill. Let's be honest. But Sev got a good point. He said people who complain about the industry consolidation has no leg to stand on is going to happen regardless. PlayStation complaining because they can't afford it isn't Microsoft's problem.
Listen, we're all gonna die. We can't complain about dying. You know what I'm
saying? They can go look at the best first-person shooters being played right now. What is that? Shatterline, Splitgate, and Paladins. There you go. Buy the people who make Shatterline. Buy the people who make Splitgate. Buy Hi-Rez.
These trash games.
Dude, Hi-Rez has got Paladins and Rogue Company.
Yeah, I mean, they should definitely buy all those games. I agree with FCat as F Lion. I agree with.
Well, I mean, Sony already announced that they've got over $5 billion allocated for acquisitions, and let's not act like Sony hasn't been acquiring studios and is going to continue.
Hi-Rez is known to be the copycat of Blizzard. They copycat Blizzard's every game. So does Riot.
I agree with Severin's last comment. Severin was right. This is a lie that Sony nurtures talent. They do not nurture talent. It is total coincidence that all other studios are very talented. That just happened by coincidence. But I agree with you. He's onto something right here.
Well, I mean, a lot of their stuff that they purchased after like a studio made a game for them. Just look at Insomniac. They weren't bought until after Spider-Man came out. Same with Returnal with House Marquee.
Yeah,
they released Returnal and they bought the studio.
They got those deals before Sony, right? You're right, Maker, because Sony was not involved in those deals for them to get those games.
And I do
publish the game. Like at the same time,
they could have gotten those deals without Sony. That's correct, right?
And I do agree with Ellis, right? So
I mean, they can find deals with other studios or with other publishers. It's just Sony paid more.
He said PlayStation business model is trash. I'll say that. And they got you right where they want you. Remember, we are consumers. So here's the thing. I think if you want to spend $70, that's what I never understand. If you want to pay $70 for the game and you own it and it can't be taken from you, You pay $75 for the game. If you want to pay $15 every month for the lifetime of you playing that game, or as long as it's on the service, then you play that as well. So you could feel like you spent less money. So you could play that game.
Business models.
It's different business models. Everybody try to say this one is better, this one is not. Dude, it's
whatever works for you.
Yeah, whatever works.
Are you going to buy your phone outright, or are you going to like pay it off over time? That's the question.
Like, for example, there's some games that like I see some of my friends say, like, I have a good friend of mine. This dude's loaded. Has a mansion, has Porsches. He goes, the only thing he won't spend money is gaming. He will not play a game because he hopes that it's going to come on Game Pass. I'm like, you just bought a new Porsche convertible. And you are concerned that this game is not coming to Game Pass. I'm like, because he feels like a treat when he comes in Game Pass, so he doesn't really want to pay for it. Or he feels bad if he bought a game and then later on comes to Game Pass. So I like, dude, if you want to play something, play it. Like, what's the big deal? Like, I don't see.
my thing is, I kind of agree with him. I feel like what I hate is to buy a game that I don't really like, and it has no multiplayer, so I got replay value. So then I feel like I waste my money. So for me, that's why I've been renting games all these years. But what I'm noticing is I got Game Pass, right? I'm paying $15 a month.
GameFly, you have GameFly, sir.
No. I got Game Pass last month, right? So I could say, oh, let me get Atomic Heart and I play Hi-Fi Rush. But here's the problem. I don't really have that actual interest. I just figure like the buzz was Atomic Heart and Hi-Fi Rush. And I'm like fighting myself to beat Hi-Fi Rush just because I want to say I'm the first person I know.
Hi-Fi Rush wasn't for you.
No, but all the Xbox people, oh my God, it's so amazing.
I loved it personally. It's my game of the year so far. But at the same time, I know like I love Scott Pilgrim. Like I love the idea behind it, and it's heavily inspired on that. So it appeals to me heavily.
I get what you're saying, but
Quantum Break. Yeah. People hate it. I don't know why, but I think that game was amazing. I think it was. It is the bee's knees. I have replayed that game multiple times.
I thought Quantum Break was okay.
See, what I wanted to do was I wanted to be the only person I know.
Stop lying, Maker. You know it's a great game.
What I wanted to do was be the only person I know that actually beat Hi-Fi Rush and beat Forspoken. Because everybody was like, oh, Hi-Fi Rush is better, this and that. I'm like, well, who actually beat? No, but I want to know who actually beat Hi-Fi Rush and beat Forspoken. No, people played the demo of Forspoken, right? So I wanted to actually play them both. But now I'm forcing myself to play Hi-Fi Rush, and I'm like not playing it. I never went back and played Atomic Heart again. Now I got charged again. I'm like, I just paid $2.
I quit playing Atomic Heart.
What's your motto, Cowboy?
What's my what?
What's your motto? Your gaming motto that you always
do? Listen,
what is it?
I got you, bro. Everybody, I got you. I'm glad you brought that up, right? This is what I like to say, right? Gaming without limits. Play the platform because you have interest in the games. Don't play the games because you have interest in the platform.
So you're not being honest, congruent with your motto. So why are you playing games that you have no interest in?
Yeah.
Well, it had that buzz, so I did have interest in it. I seen it, and I looked like, it looks like Hi-Fi Rush. I kept hearing how good it was. Like I said, a buzz. You have something to have a buzz. It's what make you would get the game. Look, the same thing with Elden Ring. I know I'm not a Souls guy, but Elden Ring. Like even when I watched that E3 when they showed Elden Ring, I said, E3 was kind of whack this year, but this one game, Elden something, it looked really cool. So guess what?
Ellis, you're right. I think you're right.
No, let me see what he's talking about. He said Cowboys say that but be lying. Nah, listen, say what y'all want, but I guarantee I rented more games than you played on Game Pass.
And those think games that's a lie. I've played more. Me personally, I've played more games on Game Pass.
You think so?
Than you rent.
I'll tell you this.
100%.
You forgot something. You know what you forgot? I had this since 2008. Yeah.
Oh, you talking? I'm talking over like the time that I've.
I bet you are talking about that. I bet you are.
Because honestly, I am the guy that plays indies too, as well as those big AAA bangers. I played through Somerville last year. I played through Tunic.
Somerville was cool.
To me, Tunic was one of my favorite indies last year. I think I would probably put it above Stray, honestly.
Hold on, what game?
It's Stray. Come on.
Hold on, wait. What game?
Tunic.
Somerville. or something.
Oh, I didn't play Tunic. Tunic, you know, it reminds me of back in the day, Zelda Part 2.
Old school Zelda.
Yeah, I was a big fan of old school Zelda, but I'm looking at it now like, bro, I'm not 8 years old anymore. I don't think I want to play that game.
That's what I feel about some games. Like they look cool, but like I can't let a child.
Yeah, no, it messed with me. Some games I'm like, I can't do it, and that's what's problem with Redfall. I wanted Redfall to look like you know, to have the realistic graphics, but it looks cartoony a little bit, and I'm like, oh, it took it away. Just it takes a little bit away. I'm sure it's probably still gonna be fun, but it takes a little bit of like, oh, you're vampires. I want to see when a vampire grabs somebody and bite their neck and the blood, but it looks like
it looks like a teenager's game, like a teenager play it. Like, you know, arcade games. I wanted to say this earlier. I mean, my cousin F Dog wanted to say that earlier. Arcade games are very similar to each other. When you play Dishonored, the powers, the moves, how you snap somebody's neck, how you teleport to one thing. It is the same power sets, same moves, and after you play so many hours of those games, it just becomes like it's kind of boring. It doesn't really it's not a memorable experience when you're playing them.
For me, there are certain aspects of games.
He said played that game last night with my daughter on PS Premium day one, Game Pass effect.
That's right. That's a PS Premium type of game.
It is. I mean, it's okay from what I've played of it. I've put like an hour into it, but I hate that it's 30 frames per second. Like I tried streaming it through the cloud, and it just.
I gotta check it out.
You know,
it's rough on my eyes.
When you see a game that could have potential, right? When it comes to a subscription service, it sends a message, at least to me does, subliminal, that says that the developer doesn't have that much confidence that their game is gonna perform well in the market. Because you look at some From Software is releasing some very tough games to play.
I was just about to say Elden Ring.
And they go, you know what? This is gonna sell or it's gonna flop, right? And they try it. Atomic Heart, it's a game that has potential, but the developer, you know what? I don't want to risk losing money on this, so let's cut this deal. So
I do think more of those people are willing to do that, but at the same time, there's a reason why Xbox puts their first party straight into Game Pass, and is also an incentive for people to get the service.
Similarly, like players. Microsoft wasn't selling games at that level. They were selling less than 5 million copies on their exclusives. By putting them on Game Pass, they don't really lose that much money. It's not like they were selling 10, 20, 30 million copies per game and they had a smaller player base. So it's a smart move to create a subscription service, but you have less people are going to spend money on it anyway, right? So you're not really risking that many dollars opposed to a company that has hundreds of millions of customers buying.
Well, the idea behind it is that people will go to the service because of those exclusives that launch onto it. They play another game that might be on the service, and they go, "Hey, I love this game," and then it's leaving the service in like a month, and they're like, "Well, I like the game. I want to keep it. Let me buy that game." And it creates sales, or hey, there's a DLC for this game. I'm going to buy the DLC. Like my buddy played World War Z, for example. And he liked World War Z so much he bought the extra DLC for it. And so that's how Game Pass is bringing in that revenue for even these smaller developers. Like I think at GDC, Mike Rose, the guy, he's a CEO of like a indie publisher. He said with games like some of his games like The Descenders and Build a Zoo, they get a lot of their revenue from those DLC sales on those games within Game Pass.
Oh, Build a Suit? For real? Word?
You know the reason why none of this bothers me is I'm a picky gamer. I really don't buy that many games a year. I rent my games. Most of the games I just want to play, right? So for me, I don't care what games go to Game Pass, go to PS Plus. The games I really like, I'm going to spend the money and buy it and own it. So the other games, I don't really care. Like, look at me. I'm excited for the 31st of this month. Y'all know what's going on 31st of this month?
You going on a date with your wife?
Nope. Try again. Maker, you know what's happening the 31st of this month? That's important to me.
You gotta be cursing.
Resident Force tomorrow, so it's not that.
Cowboy, you're gonna curse. Are you gonna curse?
No.
Anthem's closing. Is that it?
Nope. What you say?
Is Anthem closing?
No, but you was almost there. FCAT got it. Marvel Avengers is gonna be closed, and they're gonna give all the content in the game. So for me, I never bought a single outfit as much as I loved it. I never bought any of the takedowns. They got wrestling takedowns. It was always cool looking takedowns. Like, dude, I'm not spending that much money because once I buy one, I want to buy them all. I'm gonna be the happiest kid. I'm gonna be streaming the game as if it's brand new. They be like, bro, why you streaming this old game? I'm like, bro, you see the content? I'm gonna be playing Iron Man, trying to level them up. I'm all excited.
Iron Man.
Yo, guys, you know who Sony
on
could
Stadia, I have
buy?
Iron Man leveled all the way up. On PlayStation,
Do y'all know who Sony could buy that can equal the revenue of Call of Duty and Fortnite from Xbox?
Tencent?
Nope.
Nintendo.
Roblox.
Oh.
Yo.
Roblox is pretty big.
That's a 900 IQ play.
Roblox.
But I did want to bring up something. One issue that I
see, you can't say nothing about FCAT now.
That's my dog, FCAT. That's a 900 IQ play, dude. Sony, you need to hire FCAT. This man has ideas for days.
Gotta get FCAT.
Right now, Jim.
Yeah, get those kids money.
Hire FCAT. This man would change the gaming industry.
Got it.
He'll bring back Stadia. First thing he's gonna do.
But speaking about subscription services, I wanted to mention I don't like the idea behind because it's in a subscription means it's lower quality. I don't get that at all. Like especially with
stop it, bro. Let me tear him up real quick. Yo, if I could. All right, let me calm down. Maker, let's be crystal clear. In the history of subscription services, let's push Game Pass to the side for one moment. In the history of subscription services, you typically got older content or cheap content. Netflix forever. You ain't never get no good quality stuff. Exactly.
But then it got competitive.
Hear me out. And then in gaming subscriptions, day and date ain't a thing. So day and date is a thing on Game Pass. Like that. So you got to think
on Netflix now. Day and date's on Apple
Netflix
Plus
been out for
now.
1,000 years.
Hey,
They've been out for 1,000 years.
On
now,
Disney Plus now.
Hear me out though. It took them forever. What I'm saying is, why would you
because they didn't have the competition back then. If you didn't have the competition, why would you be spending more money?
The competition happened because of COVID. If it wasn't for COVID, Disney wouldn't have no day and date stuff. HBO Max wouldn't have day and date stuff. That's what happened because we couldn't go to the movies.
No, Disney planned that ahead of. You don't think that they were planning for day one content on Disney Plus?
Do you know that Disney stopped doing that? They stopped the last movie. They did that
the movies, yes, but like Mandalorian, you've got Andor. There's a lot of day one shows.
Okay, now I'm about to get you. Hold on, Lion, hold on. Now I'm about to get you. See, this is what I'm talking about. In the realm of subscription services for Disney, that would be your cheap content and low budget is a show. What's big
was expensive. Like
either way, you can't compare a sitcom to a movie. So in the realm of media, movies are considered here. That would be like a $70 game, and a TV show is here. That's just how it always been. So when you look at a subscription service, when you see a game in there, you're kind of like, these are all like $40 games. Let's be clear. Now, when you get a $70 game, you wonder like, is it really good or not? That's just the perception you get because it's in a subscription service. That's honest. I don't know how you don't see that.
It doesn't mean that it is, right? It doesn't mean that it's
right. It doesn't mean that it is.
The perception is because if you have a product, I don't know if you ever sold anything or you have a business, sell something, and you have a subscription, you're gonna put your B products on the
correct
because you don't have as much confidence than selling out, and your A product, you're gonna sell it at the
that's on the front. That's on the top rack. In a glass case, you gotta go get some. Hey, can you get the key so you can get me one of these? But your little BS stuff, they're gonna be in a little bin. Like, come on, man. Let's be real.
Well, specifically, I mean, like, look at the cost of Stranger Things. This most recent Stranger Things, like the cost of Stranger Things is higher than a lot of movies.
No,
just for the production
but
cost.
Netflix is on a different. I get it now. Yes, now Netflix has carved
look at
its own
Amazon
path.
Prime with Rings of Power. Rings of Power is one of the most expensive
this is my wheelhouse here.
Look at Game of Thrones. This
is what Netflix is doing right now. So Netflix is spending money on shows. Yes, they are, but they have been cutting back because they realize that after they make the first season of the show, I don't know if you noticed that a lot of the shows that were
people unsubscribe.
They are not just that. It's that people they're canceling the shows after 2 seasons, 3 seasons because they're not seeing the return on investment on it. They don't see the value spending that kind of money.
So I was about to say to Maker, you're saying how much money it costs to make this stuff. Tell me how much money this stuff is making in.
If you notice,
it brings in users, which generates revenue.
If you notice, they're investing more in reality TV because it's less expensive to make. How many reality TV
shows? It's higher return, yeah.
Correct. So what happened? They went from making these high quality TV shows to investing more, cutting their budget and investing more money in reality because it's cheaper to make and it's gonna bring more people over.
They're doing both though.
They're not the same level.
Well, either way, you get what I'm saying.
They're still making those big budget. Like there's exclusive movies on Netflix. There's exclusive movies on Apple Plus. There's like even Coda won Best Picture like 2 years ago at the Oscars, and that was an Apple Plus show.
Apple is doing it because Apple is not releasing at that same output as Netflix is.
All Quiet on the Western Front was nominated for Best Picture this year at the Oscars.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that's not good, but they're not releasing at the same pace.
So Apple just released a statement.
In terms of like quality and production, these subscription services are upping their ante.
Okay, so
you
Apple
can't say that
just
they're
released
not.
a statement
but
saying that they're going to start producing movies that are going to go to the theaters.
Hold on, say that again.
Yeah.
Apple just released a statement saying they're going to start producing movies that go to the theaters.
Directly to the theaters. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. They might be good movies. You just got to see what happens. But you don't come. It's like, I don't know how much to say it, but when I think of media that comes out and what's held up high is the stuff you get up, you get dressed, you put your shoes and clothes on, you drive to the movie theater, right? Those are stuff you're like, oh man, I really can't wait till that come to a subscription service or on cable later on. That's the stuff that is held high up. I don't look at a TV show I can watch whenever I want and binge it. It's not held as high as a movie, but it is what it is. But and I'm not listen, I still think Game Pass is the best subscription service for gaming next to GameFly. But at the end of the day,
what I'm saying is, with competition comes quality.
Say that again, Lion.
If you have an Xbox, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have Game Pass. Like I don't see any reason to buy a single game on Xbox. I would rather just use my.
I agree,
but Game Pass isn't defined by Xbox, or Xbox isn't defined by Game Pass. You can't
right now, Xbox is defined by Game
Pass. Yeah, you're off, FK. See, FK, you was good. You was good with the Roblox, but you just fell right off the table.
We gave him too much rope.
Yeah, Xbox's identity right now is Game Pass because that's the most successful thing going for Xbox right now. And until there's like a big breakout hit that's more successful than even Game Pass. Like let's say Starfield takes off and is as big as Skyrim, then Microsoft's going to be known for Starfield. That's just how it is. Whatever's the most popular, just like with HBO, Game of Thrones was what it was known for.
HBO has always had a tradition of great cinema and TV shows. You're talking about you're talking about The Wire.
Whatever breaks that record of popularity becomes that next thing. The Sopranos.
The Sopranos,
you had The Wire. You had.
They always had that. That's not. Right now they're defined by what The Last of Us and House of the Dragon. They.
But that's their biggest title right now. That's their most popular franchise.
House of the Dragon is right now.
Paramount.
And that's a Game of Thrones franchise.
Paramount's hanging on Halo.
What's cool is when you hit a banger, man. When you make something and it blows up. But guess what? They don't know, right? They don't know how great something's gonna be. So it's like Marvel now. Marvel is doing bad, right? They, their main new story arc is Kang the Conqueror, and look at Ant-Man 3, where his movie debut not good at all, right? So, but you never know.
I think superhero movies we're fatigued of superhero movies. There's been so many of them that
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that.
I just think the quality is not there anymore.
I'm gonna tell you why. Go ahead. I'm gonna wait.
So this is what's happened. The transition at the beginning, we never got really that high quality superhero movie. When Marvel started delivering, everybody started falling in love with that content. After getting so many of the same movies, the consumer goes, it's just another, it's the same formula. I am tired of that. I want something a little more mature. That's why you have success with movies like The Joker, movies like the new Batman, that although they're superhero movies, they're darker, they're grittier, and they're more centered in realism.
It's different than a Marvel movie.
That's very different.
Let me jump in there. All right, here's the issue. Yeah, those movies, darker, gritty, whatever. No, it's because they broke the mold. They didn't follow the same trend. Now, here's what I'm saying. This is the issue with the Marvel, and I try to tell my friends. One, the popular characters are dying off. So when Marvel, you got Iron Man, you got these recognizable characters. You got away with Guardians of the Galaxy, some unpopular characters that got popular. But once these characters are dying off, you can't sustain us and make us that interested to watch Ant-Man. That was their lowest product, right? So you're introducing Kang and Ant-Man. And number one, number two, nobody cares who's Kang, right? Like Kang, if you're a comic book guy, yes, you know Kang the Conqueror, blah blah blah. But Thanos had more of a name. The reason why Marvel is going down is because they lost. I mean, again, how old can somebody be playing the same role, right? But their popular characters, main characters, are dying off, and so you're trying to keep it as good as it was when you had Iron Man, Hulk, and Captain America. You don't have them anymore. It doesn't have that same impact. Like I don't care about the secondhand, characters.
I don't think it's because of the characters. I think it's because the movie isn't that great. I think.
Right. Let me say this. Let me Maker. I'm gonna say one thing. Maker. Hold up. Maker. Let me say one thing. I've seen almost every comic book movie in the movies. I usually see them all. You know which movies I never went ever to see in the movies besides the last one? Was Ant-Man. I watched that. I ain't going to movie see no damn Ant-Man. I ain't go see part 1 in the movie. I ain't go see part 2 in the movie. I only seen part 3 because it was in 40X. So I went to 40X experience. That's a character. That's a throwaway character.
You can market all you want, but the thing is, like, if the game or if the movie releases and people don't, like, if people are like speaking negatively about it, less people are gonna want.
It's not even negative. It's it's the character itself. Think about it. I go see them all. When I look, I'm like, bro, Ant-Man. I can't even take Ant-Man serious.
For me, guys, the old school stuff before when it was Fox was good.
Oh, like
all that stuff
the Fantastic Four. I get it.
Everything they came out with pre-Disney was good.
Fantastic Four. We're talking about.
I even went to the theater and saw that new one. What's that new one? I
don't know what you're talking about now.
I was gonna say just look at Avatar, like the way
the New Mutants. New Mutants. That was
it got popular because people kept saying it was a very good movie. Like and people just kept watching and same with Top Gun. Look at Top Gun. Top Gun Maverick sold way more than the first movie ever did because it released and people were like, "Wow, this is a really good movie."
Right, it was.
I recommend you watch it.
Yeah. And just so you know, hosts totally agree with me. Just saying.
I don't think it needs to have a super well-known character to succeed.
It does, bro. Like you can get away with a Guardians of the Galaxy. Trust me. Every now and then.
One thing you forget is that the Marvel, the Avengers were never Marvel's most popular property. It was X-Men.
I know it was X-Men.
Spider-Man.
Yes.
So when they took a chance, the only one thing was that was somewhat recognizable was Iron Man. When they took a chance of Captain America,
pause. You better say the Incredible Hulk.
Hulk is
everybody knew.
I don't think
but it wasn't a draw. Hulk wasn't a draw. Like it's just a reality of it. The Hulk movies never blew.
That's where you're getting in with Maker. So I agree with Maker on that point. Yes, you have to have a good movie, but if you have a recognizable character, you get your foot in the door.
So
is what I'm
Captain
saying.
America, when Captain America came out, Captain America was never the guy for Marvel.
He was never. I used to call him Corny Cap. That was my nickname.
Captain America, you have Black Widow, you have Hawkeye. You have, who else do you have? I forget the characters. Ant-Man. They were forgettable. They were never
But
Black
what you're
Panther,
forgetting,
even
hold
Black
up,
Panther was not a recognizable character.
he was not. But what you're forgetting is when they start putting the Avengers together, these Avengers, like look at the new. If you was to put side by side the Avengers we got in phase whatever the past phases was and the new ones, you'd be like, who the hell are them? You at least still had Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Captain America. You minus I used to call him Corny Cap. I knew who the hell Corny Cap was. Like these people still was popular characters, is what I'm saying. This new hold up real quick. This new phase, you got like Bucky and the Falcon, and these are top dudes. Those was the mid card dudes. You know, like come on, man. It ain't gonna.
I am interested to see Anthony Mackie is doing Kevin.
No, I don't have a problem with that. But because it's something different, something new.
Right.
I'm okay with him being new Captain America, but he won't be the same Captain America. But I'm okay with it. It's just a mantle.
But then Captain
You're not excited for Adam
Human
Strange?
Torch.
Come on, man.
Captain America was Human Torch first, Cowboy.
You're not excited for Adam Strange, my man? Come on, dude. Cowboy, you would love Adam Strange.
I'm watching them all because I'm a fan, but I'm kind of done. And then to your point, the great, amazing point that I want to say, it's all popcorn flicks now. Like it's a joke in everything. You got to hear me when I'm talking to my friends in our movie chat, Big Mike and Josh and all them. I'm like, bro, it's all comedies now. Like it's every 30 minutes is some big joke. I said the last movie that had like limited amount of jokes that I think still is my favorite, I'm biased, was The Hulk with Edward Norton. That was like that. It started off. It was like
that was a masterpiece of a movie.
Yeah. Like
what you
gonna say, Maker?
I'm gonna hop out. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, we get out of here, then, man.
Yeah, come on. I only said 30 more minutes, not another hour, bro. Like,
that's your fault.
I said 30 minutes.
Cowboy.
I just needed 30 minutes. The Cowboy FK has to go cook dinner. I know he does. You know, he's gonna get in trouble, so we gotta, we gotta close this out.
See what you did, Lion? You done added like another hour on my time, man.
Listen, I'm sorry. Like I came in, I just played pickleball. I had an energy drink. I am hyped.
I know you was. Yeah, you came in here with that fire.
I came ready to fight. I was winning matches. Listen, that's just what I do. I'm a lion. I'm a king of the jungle. I'm out here just winning. Like out of nowhere, this thing shows up on my. What happened?
Did you say? Did you say win matches? Did you say win matches? Because last time I checked, ever since you told me I wasn't a double champ, I've been continuously double champ and 3-time champ. Listen. Every week.
I told you, Cowboy, you've been serving yourself with a big spoon because Big Daddy Lion is not home. But don't worry, I bought my cigarettes. I bought my 6-pack of beer. I'm coming home to put some order, put you to bed, and send you back to where you belong.
Bring that BBC and trust and believe it's going to be around my shoulder.
See this right here. You want my BBC on your shoulder? I don't think that's ever going to happen, Cowboy. I know. Listen, I know you want the BBC, but you cannot have it.
Lion.
See this right here is the original championship. I never lost it. I was.
You're right.
I was.
You still listen. You still got. You still got it at your house on the shelf. I didn't physically get to take it from you, but just know. You would have got beat anyway, and I hope you've been practicing because we got some gritty young new
I don't
cats.
need to practice. Listen, I don't need practice. I'm gonna come in there. I'm gonna do what Lion does. Win when all the odds are against me. Every single time they put the odds against me, Lion comes out on top. Just like every Monday night, I always come out and do it like Monday Night Raw.
Well, I'm just gonna say one thing, Lion. We wrestle Wednesdays. You come see me.
See, you guys wrestle Wednesday, but Lion's coming back, and it's coming. Coming soon. Wait for the vignettes.
Yeah. BBC is coming.
The BBC gang is coming, and you know what? You and your people and Holes and everybody else been running your mouths, but the Pride and Rudix, we're coming. We're coming.
What happened to Obi Rose? What happened to Obi Rose?
There's only Obi Rose
Yeah,
part of the Pride. Obi Rose part of the Pride. But there's only gonna be one match that can hold all this anger, all of this contention. It's gonna be only one match, and we're gonna go to war. And I'm gonna let you know what that match is when I come back. But don't you worry.
Hope say we should get a match right now.
Lion has plans right now. Lion has to handle some business. You know what I'm saying? Lion has to. Listen, I'm good. I do things, playing wrestling games and clapping cheeks. And I play
Well,
games already.
Seb
So what
want to know. Seb want to know. Do you own any other systems?
I own all of them. I actually just got the Nintendo Switch most recently, but I got a PlayStation, I got the Xbox, I got a gaming PC, I got the Nintendo Switch. I play on my phone every once in a while when I'm really bored.
Yeah.
I had Stadia. I'm debating about getting GFN. I have something else. I have Apple Arcade. What else? I play everywhere. If I see something I want to play, I'm gonna play it. I am not beholden to any corporation. I am anti that kind of stuff. So
man. Yeah. He's right. Thor and Love and Thunder was a super joke.
GFN is no debate.
Nah, I never played GFN. Never played Luna.
Service out there, number one.
Never played GFN. Never played Luna.
Number one. Point.
I haven't played Luna. I don't see anything interesting in it.
Yeah. Anybody who only owns one gaming platform, I can't take them seriously.
Dude, I bought the Nintendo Switch, and I kind of regret it because I played it only once.
But what I was going to say earlier, Cowboy, the ones,
like right here,
ones that Marvel really messed up with X-Men Apocalypse, X-Men Dark Phoenix, like those were really creepy.
I have my game PC has very low specs.
Logan was actually a masterpiece. Like,
Logan's pretty good.
Stuck to that kind of formula.
No, but they was ending Logan though. And Logan only followed.
The same formula.
So no, the thing is they is an adaptation of Old Man Logan, the comic book.
Right.
You know, so.
It's like a 1060, a GTX 1060. It's not like a
and says the PC guy. He's gonna be like, your PC is not worthy.
No, man, listen, I ain't gonna spend that. I got too many gadgets. I ain't gonna
other stuff. Yeah.
This is for when I travel. I normally will use it if I go to my brother's or my dad's house. They don't have gaming stuff. I'll bring that with me so I can game. That's when I use it the most.
I just want to go to somebody's house that got a PC and see graphics so good I can't believe myself. If you show me that, I will buy that 4080 or 4090 or whatever it takes, right? Because I'm into spending. If I see something, I will spend that money to get the best of the best. I just never seen, like, I feel like PCs, consoles, like how big of a difference, right? Like how much more do I have to spend? Like, is there games that look twice as good as God of War? Like double. Like I'll look and be like, God of War looks like a PS2 game.
I think I want to get a 4070. I want to build a PC, an actual tower. Hopefully this year. I just gotta get more space. This is my workspace actually. What I record. Don't tell my bosses.
But, you said that PC got crushed by them consoles you own.
You know, it doesn't do bad. Like I play Gears of War on it because I have the Game Pass on it, right? I play Gears of War 5, and it looked good. It looked decent. It played really because it's not a huge. It's like a 15-inch display. It looks good because it's a small display. It plays well. It's enough when I'm traveling. If I go out for a week or something, it'll get the job done.
Hey Sev, listen, bro. My 2060 RTX to take you on, right? Let me see. Don't drop the link for a sec. What is host talking about?
Host, listen. I don't have my OnlyFans is not up yet. My OnlyFans is not. I think it was for the he sent to the wrong chat.
Yeah, right.
The wrong chat. You gotta click on the other tab you have open.
Yeah, wrong chat, bro. Yo, we just just got exposed. Oh man, if you really want to know the difference between console and PC, it's graphics and frame rate. Now I got you. All I'm saying is, Host, you're not Host.
Quote unquote for a sec. I got you.
Yeah, for a sec. Nah, man. I'm about to close this thing out because when hosts get on, especially late at nights, he got them run-on sentences.
Yo, this was a very fun stream, at least the part that I was on, because I didn't see the rest.
You made it entertaining, bro.
Nah,
no, you would have loved the first part because we were talking about relationships and can a man and a woman be friends if they're in a relationship or not in a relationship, and it was deep.
Depends on how good looking they are. Just depends on how good looking they are. That's all it is. Listen.
Yeah, it was deep.
How your wife, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Nah, it's all good. You can definitely have female friends. I got a lot of female friends, and I love all of them very dearly. They're very cool people. They have always great stuff to get advice to give. They're very nurturing and it's cool people to hang out. Like if you're gonna hang out, might as well hang out with a girl than with your guys. So Listen.
I agree. When I was single, I used to always tell my boys, like, yo, you always chilling with the girls. Like, bro, I like female companionship. Can't help it. I don't need to be in a relationship, but I love female companionship.
Listen, what cap are you talking about, room? Where was the capping? Was it before I came in? Because I came in to lay down the law. I put down the BBC. I came in here and I laid the BBC on the table, and I was laying down the law.
He said PC is a joke in 2023. Even Digital Foundry is fed up with PC gaming. Oh man, y'all about to start a war. Don't let Sev hear that room. Once again, we meet. Oh man. Let me see. I need that WWE mention.
Nah, bro. You guys, why do you guys stop doing the promos? Just because Lion is not part of the league right now. Because Lion,
you know what it is?
It's not.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Come on,
you
man.
Stop doing the promos. Ro stopped doing the promos. Host can't beat nobody no more because he's trash. So I was like, I feel bad because it's only gonna be me talking about I whoop everybody, I beat everybody, nobody could beat me. Every week I win the most championships. I'm the best. Lions afraid of me. I mean, it got old.
Listen. The fact of the matter is this, Cowboy. I am Mr. Ratings. I made that thing so popular on Twitter. All those battles going back and forth with the promos. That was the heart and soul.
I think I want to say it was host, not you.
Oh, who inspired host to the promos?
I don't know if you inspired him or not, but host started
it. No, Rune's my dude. I love Rune though.
Nah, Rune is my dude too, man. It actually was dope. Rune got I got to hear Rune voice yesterday. On my way home from work, I jumped in the I was like, yo, let's jump in the Discord chat. And a bunch of guys, it was like 6 of us just talking in the Discord chat.
I always imagine that Rune has like an older R&B, like a Barry White type voice, very soothing. That's the kind of voice that he would have.
Yeah, I mean, kind of on point a little bit. He said he already decimated Sev in a few debates. Let's go. Drop the link. All right, I'm leaving now before Host jump in here. Decimated me in the debate by lying through your teeth and making assumptions that were proven false. Sure, man. Oh, okay. You guys are listen. Let's do this again on Monday.
There's only one way, Severing and Rude, you guys can solve this. In the middle of that ring in the APW on we wrestle Wednesdays. You guys need to show up, one man on each side, and it's gonna be a first blood match.
First blood match. First person get busted. First one of y'all get busted. You could take the championship.
This is how we're gonna solve disputes in the community. We wrestle Wednesdays. That's what.
Yeah, man. All that crying. Just get up in there. Take titles like I do, not like Lion do, but But anyway, we're gonna get up out of here. Lion, thank you, man. We closing down the show together. Lion, you know the last words, man.
Lion is the king of the jungle, and now your mama knows.
I'll make you famous. Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows!
Bruce! Unleash the baby god dragon!